to spell. Something you bring yàtọ̀ sí kíní.
Once again, on behalf of the Dean and the Head of the Department, my name is Olushola Ibiyemi. We welcome you all. My other anchor person is Dr. Francis Fabulous. We are all in the Department of Community Ministry. Let us quickly, so that we'll keep our guests standing, let us quickly go to the national anthem. We're sorry for the little bit of electricity challenge, but we believe in the next couple of minutes the gen will be put on. views, members of the high table, and our special guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I have to believe that this is indeed an august occasion, and I'm sure it's something that we all pray to achieve. Without wasting much of our time, we first of all like to apologize for the technicality that's making this list a bit odd. I'm sure that things will be put in place very shortly. This is indeed a wonderful location, and under the chairmanship of the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Keynote, and the 30th Vice Chancellor of the university, is honorably absent, but I'm sure the representatives on the way. Because we can't keep our guests waiting, we will give them the permission to proceed with the program. So I would like to recognize those that are here presently, and as the program progresses, we will also make further introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished teachers and professors, please join me to welcome here the Deputy Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, the President of Professor Fatai. Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful. Of course, he is the host of this program. The Dean Faculty of Dentistry, the President of Professor Valedictory. Thank you very much, sir. He provided a lot of support to make sure that today is indeed a success. We want to acknowledge and recognize the President of the Secretary to the College, Mr. Akin Agbaji. Don't know if he's here now. Please let's give him a round of applause. I'm sure he'll join us very soon. This again tells us the caliber of person that we are celebrating today. The 70th birthday is indeed a wonderful day. I think it even deserves a round of applause before we go on. We pray that we all live very long, and I'm sure that we'll still pray for a lot more decades for her on earth. Well, moving over to the other side, I want to very respectfully, when I first saw the name, I started, of course it will strike a chord. Being somebody who just finished as a fellow in the West African College of Surgeons, there's a name you always read about, and having the privilege of introducing it today is indeed great. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, please, with a resounding round of applause, we want to introduce Professor Peter Donkor, the President of the West African College of Surgeons. He is a professor of surgery at the School of Medicine and Dentistry, University of Science and Technology, Ghana. Came all the way from Ghana just to give us the keynote address. I think we are a big privilege that he is here. And of course, this is the Valedictory program, and we have the lecture, the guest lecture. Can we have a better speaker than somebody who has been with Professor Taiwo as a colleague for several years? I'm sure we heard more from her. She is my teacher, a very good one at that. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I introduce Professor Yukosola Sokola. He is a professor of formalities. He's former Dean Faculty of Dental Sciences, University of Lagos. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being here. And I'm sure this will deserve a standing ovation, because he is the reason why we have come here today. So with very due respect to my teachers, elders, and distinguished audience here, please, I appeal to you to rise as we invite and introduce the celebrant of today, Professor Juliana Taiwo. She is a mother, a mentor. She's somebody, I can't say she's my teacher, I think she's my grand teacher. Unfortunately, the great grand teacher. Please stand in their front way. Professor Juliana Taiwo. Thank you so much. At this point in time, like I mentioned, we'll do several introductions. And as the program progresses, beside the successful man, there's a supporting wife and when you have a woman who is indeed a professor, you know that the husband has made a lot of sacrifices. Because when I resume at work at 6 a.m. and I see that Professor Taiwo is already at the office, and probably will not close until very late at night. Of course, you know what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's appreciate the husband of today's celebrant, the person of Dr. Taiwo. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support over the years for her. Without wasting much of our time, you understand that this is still an academic program and five on the agenda. I understand that the chairman of this occasion is on his way, and I think it would be good for us to hear directly from him. So without much ado, I want to move to the next point on the agenda, and that is the introduction of the celebrant by the head of the Department of Productology and Dentistry.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's invite to the podium my head of department. He is a good teacher, a good mentor. Under him, many of us have thrived. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Olarewaju Opeodu. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Mr. Chairman in absentia, my provost, ably represented by the deputy provost, my president, sir, and mommy, grandma, congratulations, ma. So all other protocol duly observed. Well, I have the honor and the privilege to introduce my grand teacher, Professor Juliana Taiwo, who was born in Kumasi, Ghana on the 26th of January 1953 to the family of Mr. Martin and Mrs. Theodore Dijon. Mr. Martin and Mrs. Doris Dijon. And she started her primary school education at the St. Francis College Demonstration School and subsequently proceeded to Achimota College, Accra, Ghana, where she completed the education. She gained admission to the University of Kirill and Metoda in Yugoslavia, where she bagged a BDS in the year 1980, and then proceeded to King's College School of Medicine and Dentistry, London, where she obtained a master's degree in dental public health. And along the way, she gained, she benefited from several scholarships that aided her progress in the education. She obtained several professional qualifications and diplomas, including certificate in oral epidemiology from ICOH in Jos, Nigeria, which is run in collaboration with World Health Organization. She obtained a diploma in dental public health at the Royal College of Surgeons of England in 1991, and she became a fellow of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons and the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in 2004. She worked briefly at the Government Dental Center, Dugbe, where she was the acting principal dental surgeons, and then later moved to the University of Ibadan. That was on the 12th of March 1992 when she joined the University of Ibadan, and she rose through the rank from lecturer 1 to senior lecturer in 1998. She became a reader in 2006, and in 2013 she became a full professor. She served the university in several capacities. Of note is her contribution to the development of the present curriculum that we are using, where she served diligently as a member of the curriculum review committee. She had been a mother and a teacher, teaching us dental public health, and she's passionate about it. She served as the dean of the Faculty of Dentistry from the 1st of August 2020 till July 31st, 2022. She also served as the HOD of the Department of Periodontology and Community Dentistry. Before then, she also served as the president of IADR Nigerian branch, and she contributed immensely to the establishment of the Department of General Dental Practice, now known as Family Dentistry, not just in University College Hospital Ibadan, but even throughout Nigeria. And she has many mentees to testify to that. So in it all, Professor Juliana Taiwo had been a bundle of blessing, and we are going to miss her dearly, but thank God she's beautiful and wonderfully made, and she's bowing out of the service in good health. We pray that God will uphold you, and God will grant you greater height and greater success in life, in Jesus' name. God bless you, man.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, the introduction would certainly be a continuous process. And it gives me a great privilege to introduce to the distinguished audience the Chief Medical Director, University College Hospital Ibadan, the person of Professor J.C. Otegbayo, who is ably represented today by Dr. Taiwo, the Deputy CMA, Clinical Sciences. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. We appreciate your presence. I'm again pleased to introduce to us the Chairman, Nigerian Medical Association, the person of your state chapter, the person of Dr. Wale Lasisi. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. It gives me great pleasure. Of course, this person has been in the same department with our Celebrant today, and they've worked very closely together to achieve greater things. They've built a very solid foundation that many of us are enjoying today. Well, she is no other person but her mother, person of Professor Gbemisola Oke. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. We appreciate you. She is indeed someone who is also organizing this program, so it's part of the local organizing committee. Thank you very much, mommy, for the guidance you've given us. Of course, she is the past Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, University of Ibadan. Please, again, let's give her a round of applause. We have in our midst medical elders, past deans. We have Professor Fashola here. Please, let's appreciate him. We have Professor Dosun here. Again, the past dean. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate the presence of Dr. Sheyi Akonde, the representative of the MDCAN chairman, UCH Ibadan. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Arotiba, I think he's in our midst now. Please, let's appreciate him. We have Professor Ogunniyi here. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. Professor Oluwatosin, I remember he's one of the people we call the three wise men of University College Hospital Ibadan, trying to solve the problems that arise, especially from resident doctors. He's done a lot to make sure there's stability in the system. Please, let's give him a resounding round of applause. He's been doing so well. Thank you very much, sir. We have Professor Ogunbiyi in our midst, and he came very early this morning. We thank you very much. And the wife is here, Professor Mrs. Ogunbiyi. Thank you so much, ma. We appreciate you. And this will also be an opportunity to inform us that on the 6th of February, we are going to have another valedictory program. But he is present here today to also support this one. That is Professor Bakare. Please let's give him a round of applause. He will also be 70 on that day. Thank you so much, sir. We are proud and we are happy that you are here. Of course, we appreciate the presence of all the head of departments, current and past, for gracing this occasion. We want to now move on to the next point on the agenda. Again, like I said, you would please know that this introduction will continue, especially where I want to make sure that I don't run into troubles. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, please let's put our hands together as I call on the Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, Professor Kolide, to give his welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, the MCs, for making my work very light. It's my honor and privilege to welcome the members of the head table who are here with us. I will start by the Vice Chancellor will be represented by the Dean of Science and will soon be with us in a while. The Dean of Science, please, Professor Bakare. He pulled a call through and okay. You are especially welcome, sir. Professor Bakare is very glad. We will be glad from now, even till next week Monday, when the daughter will be inducted as a dental surgeon. So you are welcome, sir. You are welcome as a representative of the Vice Chancellor. The Provost, ably represented by the Deputy Provost, Professor Adeni, you are welcome, sir. The Chief Medical Director, also represented by Dr. Shoyinka, Deputy CMAC in UCH. You are welcome, ma'am. My very close friend that I relate with always, we are always in the same team for visitation, accreditation, and everything. So when they said she's been considered for an address in dental public health, I said, she's my buddy. The two senior brothers were my seniors in secondary school. One was a cricketer, the other one was a soccer person. So Professor Shofola from Lagos University, you are welcome, man. Before I welcome the keynote speaker, I want to thank especially Dr. Mobolaji Taiwo, who is a very, very senior person. He has graced big occasions. He was the chairman NMA some 10, 15, 20 years back, very active, and he's still very much in the game. I can see him saying, I'm still very much around. I want to thank you especially for taking care of my immediate predecessor and for giving me the privilege to step into a big shoe by taking care of her especially. You are welcome to this program, the husband of the celebrant today. And my immediate predecessor, Professor Taiwo, who is just a loving sister. She's such a loving sister, very caring, very loving. We did so many things together academically, and it's my pleasure now to welcome you even as you step out. I have the privilege of stepping into your shoes, but she has made the ground very soft for me to land on. Thank you very much, ma'am. I will welcome the keynote speaker, who is a complete gentleman, and I will say that again, a complete gentleman, a man of honor and integrity, soft-spoken, yet loaded. I've had the privilege of interacting with him since I frequent Ghana a lot, and he takes his time, he picks his word, but when he speaks intelligence. It's my pleasure welcoming to this audience Professor Peter Donkor, President, West African College of Surgeons. You are especially welcome, sir. When I invited him, he said, you know what? My schedule is so tight. I'll be in Ivory Coast, I'll be in Sierra Leone, I'm this, I'm that. The schedule, I can't even see where to create this space. He said, but because of you, I will create a space. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very glad. Amidst us, I can see many senior colleagues. I can see Professor Oluwatosin, one-time CMAC of usage, and one-time president of the Christian Doctors in Nigeria, and one-time head of surgery, one-time several many things. You are welcome, sir. Professor Ogunniyi, the symbol of research in this College of Medicine, someone whose shoes I cannot lace. When it comes to academic research, when he talks, I get my jotting pad and I start writing. You are welcome, sir. The head of medicine, Professor Bola Ogunbi, she's our wife, so I won't introduce her more than that. And my cousin, Professor Fan, is getting ready to hand over the baton to the next generation. You are welcome, sir. I can see also Professor Fashola, one-time Dean of Dentistry, Professor Arotiba, Professor Dosumu, and many other senior colleagues who are gathered here today. I see several HODs in dentistry gathering here with us, and I can see Professor Dosumu is here with his better half. You are welcome, ma'am. We will take the introduction and welcome in series, but for now, I will step back to allow for the program to move on. As we recognize dignitaries, we will also welcome them. But before I do that, the very special person that is before us now, a one-time Deputy Vice Chancellor, my teacher, my trainer, and my mentor, in the person of Professor Gbemisola Oke, you are welcome, ma'am. Is Professor Mrs. Arojolu also here? Because she's okay. Professor Mrs. Arojolu, okay, she's here with us. You are welcome, ma'am. She has been the dean at a point in time, and she's just one of those people that I run to when I have any challenge. So once I see her, once I get to her office, and kilo tun fe iwo mine, I'm in office, man. Once again, I welcome all of us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have joined us, colleagues in the profession of dental surgery, students in training, administrators, and attending guests, members of the family. Before I hand over the microphone, I must recognize specially the #1 graduate of this school, Professor Otolori. You are welcome specially, sir. The #1 graduate. If you want to see what a graduate of UI College of Medicine looks like, just look at Professor Otolori. He's a great achiever and he's a prototype. The #1 graduate of this medical school. You are welcome, sir. I will hand over the microphone so that we can proceed. And from time to time, if there is need for me, I will also chip in something. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you very much, our Dean, Professor Bamidele Kolude, for that beautiful welcome address. Before we go into one of the main items of today's program, permit me to just introduce some few guests who came in. As we said, the introduction will continue till the end of the program. It will be very wrong not to officially recognize our father or grandfather in the field of medicine who just walked in gently, Professor Otolori. Sir, we welcome you. Thank you. Permit me also, I don't have another job. The representative of my employer came in. That's the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale. Let's officially, from our own end here as MCs, welcome you, sir, Professor Bakari. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Thank you. May I humbly recognize my senior in the field of community dentistry, Professor Uti from the University of Lagos. Professor Uti is from the Departmental of Preventive Dentistry, University of Lagos. Let me also quickly recognize Chief Bamiji Ojo. Chief Bamiji Ojo is a big guest here. Another guest, big guest of our Celebrant. And very soon we will be getting the long list of other guests who came to honor the celebrant of today. We'll be getting the long list, but because I watch a lot of Chief Bamji's Ojo's program on TV, that was why I was able to pick on him. Thank you, sir. I'm also glad to recognize the presence of the acting financial controller. Without her in the College of Medicine, you know, money is the wheel of everything. Money drives a lot of things, and it's going to be inappropriate not to recognize this very distinguished person in the College of Medicine. Mrs. Adeyinka F. Adesonya, the Financial Controller, College of Medicine. We thank you, ma'am, because I have to do so that I can get money from my grants. Thank you, ma'am. Let me also recognize a very senior colleague, a friend, when you see him beaming with smiles, Professor Anand, the Dean of Public Health. Thank you, sir. Thank you for honoring us. And also quickly recognize my mommy, always smiling too, a friend of the Dental Center. Dental Center as a friend. So I don't want anybody to read meanings into all of that. Mrs. Adeyemi, you are the one, sir. The President, Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Oyo State. She's representing the whole of the medical women in our state. I recognize you specially. Thank you very much, ma'am. I saw the tallest man in UCH. We all know the tallest man in our hospital, the DA of the University College Hospital, Mr. Stephen Oladejo. Please, can you stand up so that you can confirm? Can you wave to us? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We salute you. We greet you. Thank you. And also a professor, a friend of the faculty, Professor Becky Bele. Professor Becky Bele, we recognize you. Thank you. We have to do so because we are highly honored by your presence in this event. And as I was calling on Professor Becky Bele, our father in the field of medicine, who turned around Dental Center at a particular time, Professor Abiodun Ilesomi, who thank you very much, sir. As an elder, we want you to sit before. Thank you very much, sir. You can see the applaud because we can remember what you did, the way our celebrant, our mommy, Professor Juliana Taiwo, worked closely with you to ensure that you give the Dental Center a facelift. And that's why we're remembering all that we did. Thank you very much, sir, at your time. So quickly, as we end this part of the introduction so that we can invite the speakers, I recognize all lecturers. They are all part of all lecturers in the Faculty of Dentistry who has worked tirelessly. All the lecturers, they've been so supportive. So I recognize all of you. I cannot mention your names one after the other. And I also recognize all the DSTs, dental nurses, because without you, we cannot provide our services. Yes, I can see them waving their hands there. And they are all children and friends of our mama, Professor Juliana Taiwo. They have come to grace this occasion. Yes, thank you. And also I want to recognize the dental lab scientists. And at one point in time, they have had some interactions with our mama. Because our mama is somebody who likes walking through the clinic. Professor Juliana Taiwo will walk through the clinics to check whether the clinics and the labs are properly arranged. She's an honest and safety woman. And that's why the technologists are here, the lab scientists, they are also here to come and grace this occasion and celebrate you for this retirement. So we thank all the laboratory scientists, all the admin officers, all the admin officers at the Faculty of Dentistry, at the faculty office, at the College of Medicine. They worked closely with Mama, our mommy, Prof. Taiwo, when she was the dean. And they are all here. Can you wave your hands so that mommy can see all of you? Can you wave with a beautiful smiles? Thank you. And all the admin officers at the dental center. These are people that will sit with Mama till 5, 6. Sometimes they will be busy typing. And they are so happy doing it because at the end of the day, Mama will tell them, you have done so well. You have done so well. You have done so well. And sometimes she gives them a ride, takes them to wherever they are going. So they are here also to celebrate the birthday and the retirement of our distinguished grand teacher and teacher. So I think we'll continue okay, I was quickly told here that we have Chief Boju Taiwo, an invitee of our celebrant. Can we, sir? Okay, thank you, sir. We were told that Chief Boju Taiwo is the elder brother of our daddy and the patriarch of the Taiwo family. A dynasty, thank you, for Taiwo dynasty. Thank you. So the next thing quickly is the address of the chairman of today's occasion, the Vice Chancellor, the 32nd Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, ably represented by Professor Bakari. Please, can we appreciate him as he comes here to the podium?
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Provost, ably represented by the Deputy Provost, the Dean of Faculty of Dentistry, all past deans that are here present, all heads of departments that are here present, distinguished members of the high table. A lot has been done in terms of introducing each person one by one, but as much as possible I want to try and see as many people as I can recognize. And there is one very important person here, former Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Gwemisola Oke. You are most recognized. Professor Oguni, Professor Bakari, I'm seeing him for the very first time and we share the same name. I've read so many of his work, but I've never seen him personally. Though I feel somehow now that he's leaving very soon. It's nice seeing you, sir. The number one alumnus of the COM, good to see you, sir. I think I saw Professor Oluwatosin somewhere there in front of Professor Guni, if I'm very good. Just pardon me. I will need to use my glasses to be able to see everyone here. I should not but mention my supervisor's dear friends. Professor Ogumbi, happy to see you this morning. I'm aware you are here with your dear wife. Well done, sir. The celebrants of the day, the former Dean of Dentistry and her husband, let me first congratulate you. And I recognize every other guest that we have here, the Taiwo families, members of staff of dentistry that has worked with her, and every other student that are seated here. I bring greetings from the Vice Chancellor, who is unavoidably absent. In fact, interestingly, no member of the management is available. Even all the DVCs are not there. I was on the way to another meeting where I was to present the reports of a committee that I convened in the last 1 month when they said change your route, and that route goes to the College of Medicine. And whether I like it or not, this is my second home, so I must be here. You know, the provost knows I'm always happy when it comes to coming to this site. I've learned a lot from this part of the university. I have mentors here, I have friends, I have colleagues that we do research together, so it's always an opportunity to discuss and get something different again, which I take back to the main campus. But now back to the main issue of the day. We're having the valedictory ceremony of Professor Juliana O. Taiwo. it's an opportunity to be very happy. In fact, we were discussing here that most people that are retiring now, that they are eager to go. And I told Deputy Provost that yes, they are eager to go because it is frustrating that if you have something elsewhere that you can do to make you happy, you want to leave the university environment. It wasn't like that before. I'm sure my seniors know that it was rosy. You still want to be here. You want to be in the staff club, even post-retirement. But the way things are, even since morning, I started discussion with my wife this morning about the frustration around Ibadan. Between my house and you, I kept on looking right and left, and I saw queues here and there, and I said, this is madness. How did we get ourselves into this place? So when you have somebody that is retiring at the age of 70, in fact, for the valedictory ceremonies in my faculty, I used to wear agbada any time any one of my guys is going, because I'm always happy, and I always use them as a point of contact that God, this person is retiring at 70. I also want to get to this stage and beyond by the special grace of God. So I congratulate you once again. From my experience of this issue of retirement, if I speak from Faculty of Science point of view, in 2022, somebody told me that, Bakari, you are just retiring your professors. I said, well, it's not my fault. It's at the time when I'm the dean of the faculty. Between January and June, 3 professors retired in the same department. In September, 2 professors retired. Then 1 reader retired again. Then in December, another professor retired. So in a year, I lost 7 senior staff from the same faculty without any replacement. Now today, we're having that of Professor Juliana. I saw on the platform 2 days ago, we are going to have that of Professor Akuroda of Faculty of Agric very soon. And for me to now hear that Professor Bakari is also going on by the 6th of February, it's disturbing. Let me be sincere with you. Because these people are going unlike what we used to have in the University of Ibadan. You know the routine. You take them in, teaching assistant, graduate assistant, and they grow on and on like that. But now, we have a very big lacuna. In fact, there was a time I told the VC, I said, my faculty is bleeding. That's the word that I use. I said, the faculty is bleeding, and if we don't do anything as fast as possible, I just hope that the place will not lule, like the term that they use, in recent time. You really have to pardon me, but this is what is going on. It's something that we should be discussing. I had an opportunity of being with the Vice Chancellor exactly a year ago. We were in Abuja for the 2022 annual general meeting of the Nigeria Academy of Science. This year's one is going on now as I'm speaking with you. And every morning he was always leaving the hotel, going to Federal Civil Service, going to Federal Character Commission, going to one, and so on like that. I remember we were in the vehicle, myself, him, Professor Akinyinka Omibodu, and the former provost of the PG school, Professor Babalola, and you could see it. He was complaining. He said, this is not it, that he has been going every day to employ just one staff. He had to visit several offices, at least 6 offices, to employ one staff in Ibadan here, not even in Abuja. And there are some other things he said that I may not be able to say here. This is the truth. It's I don't know. I don't know how we should put it. It's sad and it's retrogressive. That is the truth of the matter. Recently we had interview. They said they gave us 600 spaces, which they have divided into 3. The first 200 we had interview as of November. Now IPPIS is doing the capturing this week. I told them at the Board of Science yesterday, I said, distinguished academic staff, when they say you should come and do capturing for IPPIS, you say you are not interested. Now your new staff are being captured before they start the job. That it has a lot of meaning. That I will stop there. And I will also say the same thing here. It has a lot of meaning. It has a lot of implication, despite our struggle and so on like that. But don't let me bore you with most of this, but it's important we discuss it. I'm seeing Professor Juliana, a radiant former dean of Faculty of Dentistry. Several times we sat together at the Central Appointment and Promotion Committee in the University of Ibadan. I'm a very quiet person. She's also quiet. We were not used to maybe interacting like that, but I used to see her from afar. Moreover, I was scared. My daughter is in her faculty, so I didn't want to, just to interfere with anything. But I saw the mother in her. There was a conference by the Faculty of Public Health last year. Professor Anna, I'm sure you remember, that we had at the Forestry Research Institute. And we sat beside each other. So I had no option. We had to interact. 2 days sitting. How do you explain that you will not say good morning, or how are you running your faculty, and so on. In the process, we started discussing the student, and she was sharing with me her experience with students, especially my daughter's class. Some of them that have decided to marry, some that are depressed, and she was explaining the time. You could see it. You could see, a mother. This job that we do is we are in locus parentis. Aside the fact that we teach and so on, I look at her and I marvel. Then after some time, I said, Madam, my daughter is in your faculty. Then she looked at me. I said, are you sure? I said, yes. Then I mentioned it. She said, I do not know her. Tell her to come and see me. I kept quiet. I told my daughter later, whether she saw her or not, I wouldn't know. But I am happy for you, just as I've done for several others who have retired. I can only pray for you. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, let me tell you that all your contributions in your department, in your faculty, and in the College of Medicine, they are well noted by the administration. And I would love to pray. It's important because you are retiring now. As I told Professor Onilude when we were having his ceremony in December, there will be other challenges, post-retirement challenges, but the Lord Almighty will assist you to be able to cope with all this. We wish you good health, sound mind, and success in your post-retirement endeavor. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor and members of the management, I hereby declare this valedictory ceremony open. Thank you very much.
Please, another resounding round of applause to the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, ably represented by Professor Bakari. Thank you very much, sir, and we appreciate you for declaring the program open. I also added that we should make sure that we try to keep to time, and that is hopefully what we will try to do. So it means that the introductions may reduce a bit, but I must still introduce the burden mate of Professor Taiwo. Ladies and gentlemen, she is our mother in the department, the person of Professor Arowojolu. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. We appreciate you, and we say happy birthday to you, ma'am. Of course, we have in our midst Dr. Michael Obaro, the Deputy CMAC, Research and Ethics, University College Hospital, Ibadan. I would like to add the past Editor-in-Chief of Annals of Ibadan Postgraduate Medicine. That's a position that I came to occupy several years later. Of course, if you make introductions and you leave out the gentlemen of the press, be sure that all your discussion will not pass this room. So I must not fail to introduce the gentlemen of the press, and I can see somebody here. We call her Auntie Shade from Tribune. Thank you very much for coming. We are sure that now this program will be well represented in the papers. And of course, we should appreciate the technical people here. You see, they are taking pictures so that at the end of the day, we won't have negative. Say, sorry, it was only negative that we got. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. But without wasting much ado, we want to move to the next stage of the program, and that is the Goodwill messages. We are going to take that of the Provost, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, who is ably represented today by the Deputy Provost, the person of Professor Fatai Adeniyi. Please, let's put our hands together as he comes to give his address.
Thank you very much for coming.
our very distinguished chairman of today's occasion, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Kayode Adebowale, MNI FAS, ably represented by the Dean of Faculty of Science, Professor Adekunle Bakare. Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am here this morning to represent the Provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Olayinka Omegbodo, who herself would have been here physically, but because she is out of the country, so she is unable to attend. But she sent a couple of messages that I would deliver to the celebrant of today. But let me quickly recognize, although I know I have a very limited time, but because I am representing the Provost, who is the chief host, I can take advantage of that to do this. And of course, it is also a call of duty to recognize a few persons here, even though that has been done much earlier on. So permit me to recognize here on this side of the table the Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital, Professor Jesse Abiodun Otebayo, who is ably represented by the Deputy Chairman Medical Advisory Committee, Dr. Taiwo. You're most welcome. And I will just quickly recognize our distinguished guests on this other side, including the celebrant. And I will start with the very first side, my left side. That's the President of Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association, ICOMA Worldwide, Professor Emmanuel Dipo Otolori, who is also the husband of the President of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Dr. Otolori, who is not here, but I'm happy to see the Oyo State President who is here, Dr. Adeyemi. You're most welcome, and you're always very happy to see you. And I quickly recognize a very distinguished Professor of Maxillofacial Surgery from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, who is also the President of West African College of Surgeons, Professor Peter Donkor. And let me also add that Professor Donkor was former Deputy Vice Chancellor of the university. We are very happy to have you and welcome to Nigeria. Professor Olayinka Omegbodo, who is the Provost of the College of Medicine, is actually the first female Provost of the college. And I recall that her husband, Professor Akiyinka Omegbodo, was also a president of the West African College of Surgeons. You are most welcome, sir. And I recognize most sincerely Professor Oyin Consola Shofola from the University of Lagos, Professor of Community Dentistry. You are most welcome, ma'am. And I think I will come back to the celebrant later, but let me recognize the members of the Executive Committee who are with us this morning. And I will start with the Acting Financial Controller of the College of Medicine, Mrs. Olayinka Adesanya. You are most welcome. And I have a member of ESCO here too, the Dean of Public Health, Professor G.R.E.E. Anna. You are most welcome. And I recognize everyone, but permit me to quickly recognize the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Professor Gbemisola Oke. Professor Gbemisola Oke is currently serving us very, very actively in a very, very important capacity as the chairman of the new hostel building committee. And she's been doing that very rigorously. We are most grateful for your efforts. There are, of course, one of my employers is here, a member of council of the University of Ibadan. I must recognize you, Professor Juliana. You are most welcome, sir. And let me also, before I go back to the celebrant,
recognize, just sitting behind him, is one gentleman that I would like to recognize here. I think he's a friend of the family. Incidentally, I think he's also a friend to Professor Bakari also. So he's a friend to two people who are retiring a few days apart. He himself is also retired but not tired. Mr. Idowu Lawansin. You are most welcome, sir. I must do this because Mr. Idowu Lawansin has done something very, very remarkable for the college. We had induction ceremony for MBBS students a few weeks back, and he was here seated to celebrate one of his godsons at the event, and he was touched by the fact that there are so many students who are very indigent and were unable to pay their fees. So he approached the college after the event and mentioned that he would like to support the college. And within a few days, he mobilized funds to support indigent students in the College of Medicine. And as I speak, at the very initial stage, which that is, he has mobilized over 4 million naira to support indigent students. We are most grateful for your efforts, sir, and thank you very much, and God bless you. Of course, okay, Professor Gubi has left. I was going to say something. Professor Femi Gubi is the president of Loyola Boys, and I know that the husband of our celebrant is an old boy, and I know that the husband of my provost is also an old boy of that institution, but he has stepped out. I believe Professor Bola Ogunbi will deliver my message to him. Our very distinguished celebrant of today, Professor Juliana Taiwo, my very, I don't know, I call her my mommy, but she's much more than that. She is a teacher, a mentor, and a very astute administrator. You are retiring today. We thank God for your life. But like I said earlier to you this morning, I believe you will not leave the faculty that you have labored so much for. I must say that Professor Taiwo has supported the college in a lot of ways, and because of time I may not be able to enumerate all, but I must be able to speak about Professor Taiwo in one or two different compartments based on what I know about her. Professor Taiwo is a very, very community person. She's not just an academic community dentist. She is a practical one. And as I speak, I am a living witness to that. I remember that some years back, that was actually when I got to know Professor Taiwo for the first time. When I joined the College of Medicine, there was a matter that was ongoing, and that has to do with my hometown, Kishi, in the Rekpa local government. And Professor Taiwo had been supporting that community with an effort to community dentistry and trying to make it together. And from then onwards, she has done so much for that facility, including spending her own money to ensure that that unit took off. So anytime I go to Kishi, the elders will ask me, how is Mama? And the last time I was there in January, the beginning of this year, for a community event, then one elderly man came to me, my wife was standing beside me and said, how is Mama? That our Mama Wanko, that's the way we said Mama Wanko. And then there was this gentleman, my friend and former, schoolmate, was asking me, who is Mama? Your wife is Mama? Your wife is, I said, never mind, that he's asking about Professor Juliana Taiwo. She spent money, bought equipment and all that. I remember things like ultrasonic scaler and some other stuffs that she had to buy with her own money to ensure that that unit took off. We thank you very much. God bless you. And that is how she has that. If she has spoken, you will just slow down. And that is the way we carried, she was able to carry us together in the ESCO of the College of Medicine. As you retire, Professor Taiwo, I pray that your retirement will be filled with joy, will be faithful retirement as you advance today above 70. She told me very early last year, I think around January or February 2022, that she will be retiring in 2023, and I was surprised because I was taking her age to be maybe 63, 64, and apparently she was 69 when she was telling me about her retirement. So thank you very much and God bless you. But finally, let me recognize most especially her better half, Honorable Dr. Anthony Taiwo. You have given her a lot of support because I know, and she talks so highly about you, and so I'm not surprised that both of you are always looking radiant. Where you have the husband and the wife getting along so well and doing things together, the least you can expect is to see that they are going to have a very, very radiating outward appearance at all times. Thank you very much, sir, for all your support, which is actually what has been able to help her to be able to get to this stage. May the good Lord bless both of you together and keep you for your children and for your grandchildren and for the humanity at large. God bless you all for your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another resounding round of applause. The provost will be represented by the deputy provost, Professor Adeneye. Because there's going to be a lot of accolades today. We've talked about Kishi, and we're happy that we have teachers that did not just teach the theory, but they lived it, they practiced it. I saw a lot of pictures when we talk about advocacy visits to the community, to the elders. Kishi, Ayete, Igbora. I think she deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, ma, for the good things that you've done. Very briefly, we'll move to the next stage, and this is the Goodwill message that will be taken by the Chief Medical Director of University College Hospital Ibadan, Professor Otegboyo. But he is ably represented today by the Deputy CMA Clinical Sciences, Dr. Taiwo. Please let's put our hands together as we come forward to deliver the Goodwill message on behalf of the CMD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, in absentia, who was represented by the Dean of Students, the Provost, Dean of Science, the Provost, Professor Layinka Omibodun, who is ably represented by the Deputy Provost. I call him Triple Boss. I think it's just between me and him. The celebrant of today, Mama, Professor Juliana Taiwo, and her amiable husband, the Dean of Faculty of Dentistry, our guest speaker, and the keynote speaker, and the first graduate of the College of Medicine. My boss is the president, and I happen to be the vice president too of the ICOMA. Our senior teachers, our mentors, our colleagues, I greet all of you. Good afternoon. I'm here representing the Chief Medical Director, Professor J.C. Abiodun Otegbayo, who would have loved to be here, but he had to be away on an official duty. So I had to come in to speak on his behalf. And so, it's a great honor and privilege to be in your midst this morning to deliver the Goodwill on behalf of the Chief Medical Director. When I was told that Professor Taiwo is retiring, I looked at her like, she looks so young. How can she be 70? That shows graceful aging. Thank you so much, sir. And we thank God for your life, ma. And Professor Taiwo, I know this is an academic environment, valedictory lecture, program and so on, but Professor Juliana Taiwo, has contributed immensely to the services in University College University College Hospital Ibadan. You know, we have the tripartite model, which is service, research, and training. And when it comes to training of residents, you would agree with me that she has really contributed immensely. Services and research. If you go to the family medicine department now, you see a section, family dentistry. And that section is there, which is now a full-fledged department now in the University College Hospital. Professor Taiwo is a forerunner in the establishment of that faculty, of the Department of Family Dentistry. The Family Dentistry Clinic, I work in the staff medical services. I'm a family physician. So having a family dentistry in the same locality with the family medicine clinic has made it a really accessible place. You know, many of us, we think of hypertension, think of diabetes, but a lot of us forget about our teeth. We don't count it as any place that we need to bother about, except when we develop toothache. By the time you develop toothache, the next day you are running to see a dentist. But with the family dentistry now, it makes it easily accessible, and many people are actually concentrating more on their oral health. Thank you so much, ma, for what you have done. Professor Taiwo is somebody that is easygoing. I mean, when you hear her voice, she has this distinct accent. Of course, she's a Ghanaian, but we brought her down here, and she has really become a Nigerian. But she still has her accent. So when you hear her talk, of course, you know that she's right around you, and she has this gentle way of speaking. And she definitely has this eye for details. I mean, when you talk of aesthetics, you think of Professor Juliana Taiwo. Can we please appreciate her for that? Beautification of the dental center across the road, she's really contributed a lot. She has even keyed into the alumni of the College of Dentistry, College of Medicine, the dentistry. And they've been able to come together through our inputs to be able to improve on the aesthetics of the faculty. And so when you get there now, you see a beautified dental center. Thank you so much for all you do, man. When it comes to hard work and dedication, Professor Taiwo is definitely there. I was told recently that they tag her the superwoman because she's never tired. And many of our colleagues, senior colleagues, are leaving. And the junior colleagues are also leaving because we have the Japa syndrome. And you wonder what will become of the medical profession in the next couple of years. We can't say Professor Taiwo should not leave. She has really contributed her own quota to the development of dentistry in the University College of College Hospital Ibadan. And we hope that we'll be able to have younger people come on board. But she has trained many people too, inclusive of Dr. Nasiru, who has taken over from her, at least in the University College of College Hospital Ibadan. And she's also doing exploits in the department. Above all, we appreciate Mama for all that she has done, for her input, her contributions to moving usage to greater heights. And we know that you are retiring today, but we know we can still call on you, and we hope we can call on you when we need your advice. You have become one of our elders that we hope we can easily approach. And so on behalf of the Board of Management, the management staff and students of the University College of Hospital Ibadan, we wish to congratulate you and to wish you a happy 70th birthday. And as you retire, we pray that you retire unto greater blessings, unto greater achievements, unto better health, and that anytime we hear about you, we all will be joyous to hear about you. Thank you so much. Congratulations, man. God bless you.
Thank you very much, ma. please another round of applause to the CMD able represented. Now we'll move to the next stage, and that will be the keynote lecture of today. I must inform that this program is being streamlined live on YouTube, and the information that I have is that we have quite a number of people that are online. So while this place is not to the brim, please let's have in mind that on YouTube there are a lot of people there. Many people from Ghana, from the West African College of Surgeons, because we have here somebody of international repute who I'm not even fit to introduce, and that is why I want to call on our professor of oral and maxillofacial surgery, somebody who has also been the chairman of the West African College of Surgeons Faculty of Dental Surgery. I'm not reading his own citation. Please put your hands together as I call on Professor Fashola to take the citation of the keynote speaker. Please let's keep the applause going. He is a teacher, a mentor, a father, somebody who stands with the resident doctors, show us the way, lead us through, especially when we have problems, to ensure that we get out of it and become the best. Professor A.O. Fashola, to read the citation of the keynote speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the MC. This is a day that the Lord has made. We'll be glad and rejoice in it. I want to read the profile of Professor Peter Donkor. And it's a great honor and privilege to read the abridged profile, and I will say abridged profile of our keynote speaker, Professor Donkor. Sir, can you just stand up as I read your profile, Professor Peter Donkor? Professor Peter Donkor was educated at Departmental College, Kumasi, Ghana, the University of Sydney, Australia, and the University of London, United Kingdom. He is a professor of oral and maxillofacial surgery at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and a consultant oral and maxillofacial surgeon at Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital, Kumasi, Ghana. Peter Donkor has served in various leadership positions in his university, and these include Head Department of Surgery between the year 2000 and 2005, Vice Dean School of Medicine and Dentistry between 2001 and 2004, Head Center for Disease Control, Institute of Science and Technology between 2004 and 2007, the Provost, College of Health Sciences 2007 and 2010, and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University between 2010 and 2012. Is a past president of the African Forum for Research and Education in Health, past president of the Pan-African Association of Cleft Lip and Palate, that's the PACLIP, and past president of the Ghana Surgical Research Society. He serves on a number of national and international committees and boards. He played a pivotal role in the development of emergency medicine as a postgraduate program in Ghana, and he spearheaded the establishment of the multidisciplinary head and neck oncology and cleft clinics at the Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital, Kumasi, Ghana. As an experienced researcher, Professor Peter Donkor has won multiple externally and internally funded research grants, and he has mentored generations of clinicians and graduate students to obtain MPH, PhD degrees, and professional fellowship, as well as guiding junior faculty to develop into independent researchers. It is of note that Professor Peter Donkor spearheaded the development of cleft lip and palate, oral cancer, and emergency medical services, as well as online open educational resources at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Peter Donkor serves on a number of national and international committees of non-governmental organizations, regulatory bodies, academia, and association. His research interests include cleft lip and palate, oral cancer, injury control, global surgery, and medical education. Peter Donkor has to his credit several chapters in books and multiple peer-reviewed scientific publications. Professor Peter Donkor is a man of many firsts. Professor Peter Donkor is the 31st president of the West African College of Surgeons, and it is of note that Peter Donkor is the first dentist to be elected to this exalted position. With a round of applause, shall we just welcome Professor Peter Donkor to the podium as he delivers the keynote lecture titled "The Challenges of Contemporary Training of Surgeons in Sub-Saharan Africa." You are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Fashola, for the introduction. I was going to say I stand on existing protocol, but I think I will be doing the wrong thing. So let me quickly acknowledge the presence of the representative of the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Provost who have met, represent the Provost, the CMD's representative, the Dean of the Faculty of Dentistry, Professor Kolude, who was instrumental in making sure that I got here, along with, of course, the Valedictory, Professor Juliana Taiwo. And this morning I had a privilege of meeting her spouse, Dr. Taiwo. I acknowledge the guest speaker, Professor Shofola, and all the fellows and lecturers and senior members and colleagues who are here. I've heard of the National Medical Association representatives, the Nigerian Medical Association representatives, distinguished guests, invited guests, many of you are present, and the media, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it a great honor to be invited to speak at this valedictory ceremony in honor of Professor Juliana Taiwo, as she retires after many years of dedicated service to this world-renowned University of Ibadan. I have known Professor Taiwo over several years, mainly when I have visited Ibadan for the West African College of Surgeons exams, even though she's a Ghanaian. My first time of meeting her was here, and then subsequently I met her in Ghana. And I've been impressed by how well she's integrated into her adopted country. We were just talking that when she's in Ghana, we say she sounds like a Nigerian. And then I'm learning also that, of course, when she's here, you guys say she sounds like a Ghanaian. So after all these years, you have nowhere that you can call home, you know. But you have two countries. And I'm sure the Nigerians love you. We in Ghana also love you. Well, for me personally, it's a privilege to be here because I'm witnessing such a valedictory event for the first time. And my university does not organize this for retiring professors. So I think it's great. It's wonderful. So when I had the opportunity to come here, I thought, wow, let me go and witness this, recognizing the service that this lady has rendered and picking something out of it. Of course, as president of the West African College of Surgeons, when you get an invitation for the University of Ibadan, you will be very brave to say no. Because of the very special relationship between our college and this university, in particular UCH. So I quickly thought, well, let me find a slot, my program, to come here. Well, the subject of my address is challenges of contemporary training of surgeons in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, as I reflected on this topic, I was confronted with the painful reality of socioeconomic underdevelopment of our continent. And as I drove in yesterday, and as has been mentioned today, I saw the miles of queues of cars looking for fuel. And I said, when do they find time to go and work and build the economy? So the underdevelopment of this continent is real. Our low human development indices, the dysfunctional and unstable governance structures, and the widespread mismanagement that turn elected leaders into tin gods. The dismembered health systems that fail to address the basic health concerns of the populace, and the mindset that reflects our colonial past and loss of self-confidence. To the extent that many of us, even if we can afford it, we prefer to send our kids away from our countries and send them out to go and look for a better life up there. And then we stay here and we grow old and we get poor and we get lonely and we get neglected, and when we want care, we cannot access it. And it is within this milieu, within this environment, that is when we are expected to train surgeons to serve their communities. So my address is going to touch on how surgical manpower training in sub-Saharan Africa can be impacted through the improvement of the overall health system, through collaborations, through decentralization of training, through a mentoring system, through the leadership training of the trainees, through female empowerment, faculty capacity development, research, political advocacy. Many of us are happy to be quiet doctors, quiet lecturers, quiet academics, and we believe we have no role in politics. But we do. And how we must also prioritize our welfare. Well, health, we know, is a basic human right, and it's enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's why the WHO was formed, to ensure that we have the highest possible health for all humans. And this is where the concept of global health emerged. And it is a key to human development. So populations with high rates of disease obviously have low economic growth. The burden of communicable diseases like tuberculosis, malaria, HIV, onchocerciasis has kept the problem of surgical pathology hidden. So surgery as such has not had much exposure. And many governments and NGOs are focused on funding non-surgical conditions. But it's known that without surgical treatments, mortality and morbidity rates can be quite high for conditions like appendicitis, particular meeting, even dental caries. tooth decay, recognize that many diseases can be treated by surgery, and these are among the top 10, 15 causes of physical disability. So the surgery, diseases that can be managed by surgery contribute 11% of the global burden of disease. And that we need to sustainably provide for the management of these conditions. In that same year, the Lancet Commission and Disease Control Priorities published a report highlighting the serious gaps in the provision of surgical services in low-middle-income countries. And we know that globally, injuries contribute the greatest surgical burden, followed by cancers, congenital anomalies, and complications of childbirth. You know, of course, if this is a problem all over the world, and Africa suffers the worst. Because in our case, we don't even have the information to actually know where the problem is. If you go to the cities and speak to the people who live in Lagos, Ibadan, Kumasi, Accra, they say, oh, we're okay, we don't have a problem. And then you go to the remote parts of the country and services don't exist. So we need to have strong health systems which are supported not only by government but by NGOs. If you look at our African population of about 1.4 billion people and look at the medical manpower that we have, there's nothing to write home about. In West Africa alone, we are over 400 million people. And it's considered the fastest growing region in the world. And 50% of this population is below the age of 15 years. So we have to think of how we're going to care for them, especially with regard to their surgical diseases and surgical conditions. Many efforts have been made, but in West Africa, one Samuel Manuel, who actually happened to be from Ibadan also, and who was the first president of the West African College of Surgeons, said that it's incumbent on us to carry the benefits of modern medicine into the jungle, into the creeks, into rural areas, to peasants and farmers in the hamlets and villages. In his view, the human resource deficiency had to be addressed if health for all was to be assured. You know, he said this in 1951, many years before the Alma Ata Declaration in 1978. And he was a visionary, a true visionary. And what he said is still true. And if you look at the number of surgeons who have been produced in our sub-region, currently we're less than 10,000 for a population of 400 million. If you were to do some calculation, we probably need about 80,000 surgeons for the whole of West Africa. And so we are seriously deficient. So now and then COVID-19 came, and killed some of our surgeons, and some of them became incapacitated. So the number that were available reduced. But the other aspect of COVID was that because of the restrictions that were imposed on travel, even those who wanted to travel to come and help us couldn't come. So the message was clear. We have to help ourselves, because we cannot, as Africans, sit down and wait for people to come from elsewhere to come and take care of us. Again, it just goes to confirm that we have to build a robust system where surgeons are trained locally and they remain locally to care for their people. Among the West African countries and African countries, many of them lack the critical mass of specialists. I mean, Nigeria is much better off. Maybe Ghana may come a little bit second, or maybe and South Africa, of course, is doing well. But if you go to countries like Sierra Leone, Liberia, and many of these countries, they really lack. Even the people to train surgeons, they don't have. So what are we doing about it? We cannot just throw our hands in the air and say, well, they can take care of themselves. We have to address these issues. And so, again, through COVID, the technologies that were scaled up made it possible to send content across virtually, online, so that at least some teaching could be done virtually. But of course, the hands-on training is required. With regard to postgraduate medical training in sub-Saharan Africa, you know, the earlier surgeons who trained, many of them went as individuals abroad, paid their way and trained, and most of them stayed over there. A few came back and they formed the initial faculty to start training. And East Africa was a bit behind. West Africa was ahead, East Africa was a bit behind. But there are different systems also in place. We have those that train their surgeons through the universities, and those who train through the West African colleges at the universities. Especially the Francophone countries, they do the surgical training under the ambit of the universities. But all of them produce surgeons who become the specialists to provide the service that we need. And the teachers for our medical and dental schools, and the teachers for the biomedical institutions to undertake research and advanced knowledge. And these processes involve, of course, accreditation of the facilities, development of curricula, assessments and examinations, certification and licensure. And typically training will involve a number of years of training, supervised clinical training and research. Many of them will come out with various qualifications, fellowship, membership, Master of Medicine or PhD. Depending on where you are, these qualifications are all recognized and are acceptable. Now, what is clear is that there is no uniformity in how we even train. We are poor economies because of our colonial experience. We have been divided up, and we hang on to the apron strings of our colonial masters, and there's no way the Anglophone countries are going to give up their system and adopt the Francophone system, and vice versa. But we have to say, hey, you know what, can't we create something for ourselves that will address our own unique challenges for training? And then when it comes to training, so we have to get our colleges working together and thinking together. When it comes to trainees, go through a lot. A study showed that many of the trainees often feel compelled to take multiple examinations because they are not sure which one will become useful the next day. And it's all at great cost to them. And while in training, they have limited personal time, they have a heavy workload, they cannot take leave for a long period of time, and what they say under their breath, but they don't tell us, is that the teachers don't supervise them properly. They lack access to modern technology, and their whole life, the work-life balance is a mess, with serious implications for their family life. And then there may be gender discrimination. Many of them experience burnout. So when you see that they are taking too long to finish their training, You are not. You ask yourself, this guy is lazy, or this guy is bad. But you have to ask yourself, is it because they are burned out? And of course, the faculty. Was it the vice chancellor's representative who was saying about how it used to be good in those days, but not so now. People are happy to live because working conditions are poor. They are overburdened. Even as Professor Taiwo retires, it's not too sure. The dean will tell us whether they found a replacement for her. But the few lecturers who are there have to take on her duties. So the lecturers are overburdened. And of course, they have to work with the same old-fashioned equipment for training. Many of them have not been exposed to newer ways of teaching and assessing candidates. They are not skilled in mentorship. So they don't even see what is wrong with their residents to be able to guide them. Now what is even worsening, the worst part of it is that all this messy economic environment is generating a new wave of brain drain, not only among the young, but also among the old lecturers. One surgeon who decided to go and look for greener pastures abroad, and then he came back. I thought it was going to be good, but then he ended up having to set up IV lines, things that he has stopped doing for so many years. So he said he packed his bag and came back. But he needed the money, and then he was being ordered around by people who could be his children. That is sad. So as we look ahead, we cannot just throw our hands in the air and say, things are bad, we can do nothing. I think we need, as Africans, to sit back and look at our problems and say, let us take possession of these our problems. Let us, all the countries and regions of Africa, come together and have the political will to standardize training, certification, and make it easy for our residents. Let us lobby the politicians to support with infrastructure investments so that we can come out with the very best training. And let's also develop more affordable local versions of proprietary courses so that we don't have to always borrow from what has been developed in the West. And let us modernize. I think the way we assess candidates must change. The person trains for so many years, then they go and sit for one exam and you say, you have failed, you have passed. We have to look at formative assessment and the role it can play in determining whether they are fit for purpose. So we should also take interest in our overall national health plans so that we get surgery inserted in that. And so the national surgical plans, Nigeria, you have one, a very beautiful one. You must show interest in how this is implemented so that the needs of surgical faculty, the needs of residents, the need of surgical infrastructure are all catered for. So we need a multi-pronged strategy to address this deficit in our human resources. I think we should really target getting women into surgery. Currently, if you look at most medical schools in Africa, 50% of graduates are women. But when it comes to entry into surgery, only a small portion enter surgery. Because they have all kinds of notions about that. And we have to target getting women interested in surgery. I think dental surgery does better, and maybe ophthalmology does well. Anesthesia, maybe there's a balance. But most of the other areas of surgery are not areas that are very popular for women. We must get more women in surgery. We must train more middle-level surgeons to so that they would do the bulk of the work and leave the highly specialized ones for the fellows. Research is one area we must improve upon, especially supervision, and we must support both our trainees and our supervisors. I think as surgeons, it's our duty to counter the notion that surgery is expensive and not relevant to public health. And we need to improve on surgery in order for our economies to grow. Africans are one people, divided by colonial past, but we can chart a new course towards reunification and harmonization of our curricula and postgraduate training. As surgeons, we diminish ourselves each time someone dies from lack of access to our services. And surgical trainers owe it a duty to our people to provide them with competent and fit for purpose specialists. We should be less self-focused and self-absorbed and think of the community that we benefited from and desire to give back. In concluding, I wish to say to Professor Taiwo, who is always smiling. When I first met Professor Taiwo, I always wondered whether she ever had any concern, but she's always smiling. Professor Taiwo, I cannot add to all the accolades which have been piled upon you. I know if I say to you, Ayiku, you understand. Because that is Ghanaian to say, well done. So, Dr. Taiwo, well done. You have fought a very good fight, which has, and testimony to that has been borne by multiple persons. As you retire from your active years, teaching after all these years of academic toil, may the good Lord grant you good health, protect you, and give you boundless joy. And to the rest of you, I will say in Nigeria, I think you say Eshe. Eshe. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's keep the applause going. A resounding one, a professorial applause. In fact, for the professor of international repute, the president, West African College of Surgeons, has delivered a wonderful lecture today, and we are indeed very privileged, happy that he's made this presentation. Thank you once again. Please, you can have a seat. I'm sure that you know that I'm only serving like a continuity announcer. So it means that when I'm directed to announce something else, I don't have a choice. Well, I've been directed that we'll have, after that stuff, to have a little bit of something to dilute it in between. So we have a slight modification to the agenda as we have it here. We've been asked to call on for the Goodwill message from our mother, Professor Gbemisola Oke, to give a Goodwill message, after which we also take a Goodwill message from the head of department, family dentistry, who is the mentee of Celebrant today and also representing the chairman faculty of family dentistry, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. So, mommy, please let's put our hands together for Professor Gbemisola Oke as she comes forward. Once she comes forward, please let's keep the applause going, because we are recognizing the person of Chief Olapoju Taiwo, like you said, the patriarch of the Taiwo family. Thank you very much, sir. We have Chief Mrs. Adenrele Taiwo. Please, let's recognize her. Thank you very much, mommy. Professor Oluwatomi Taiwo, thank you very much. We appreciate you. The former Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, thank you very much. Mr. Oge Alakija, the Trustee Ibadan Recreation Club, thank you very much. Apologies, mommy. I feel I should quickly recognize them. Chief Dr. H.T.O. Ladapo, thank you very much. Former Medical Director, Federal Neuropsychiatry Hospital, Professor Oluwole Ayegbusi of the Afe Babalola University, thank you very much, sir. Professor Lute Mitayo, thank you very much. Sir Engineer Busayo, thank you very much, sir. Please, let's give a resounding round of applause for these people. They came to mommy to celebrate her on this day. And of course, somebody who directed us, coordinated us to make sure that something like this happen is the person of Professor Bimisola. Okay, please let's give her a resounding round of applause as she comes to give this good message. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol because the day is fast spent. And ordinarily, I can talk about Professor Juliana Taiwo without making reference to any scripts, but fortunately for me today, I decided to write down the speech. Otherwise, I would find myself not having anything to say because the accolades and the tributes have been so many. But because I have written it down, it then becomes something that I must read. Professor Juliana Taiwo, thank you for having me speak, representing all of us in community dentistry units of the Department of Periodontology and Community Dentistry. In that regard, I believe that I'm in the best position to speak because I had the singular honor of welcoming you into the department back then in the early 1990s. Was I happy to welcome you then, Dr. Taiwo? Hear this confession. It was with mixed feelings. Doubts as to whether you would fit into the academic culture coming from the state civil service and all those sentiments. You remember, don't you? Anyway, the then Dr. Juliana Taiwo and I became colleagues, and we had to work together. Many tributes have been pouring in since the commencement of this celebration about Professor Taiwo's creative mind, her power of long-range foresight, as well as her leadership qualities. Many more attestations to her enterprising nature, as well as her leadership qualities, have been given. Many more attestations to her enterprise will also, and her doggedness will also be celebrated by her employees, and I hope her employees are here, her neighbors, and the clergy. But I can attest to this and much more, having worked closely with her, shared the same office corridor with her, and the same admin staff over 30 years. On several occasions, I have joined others in fondly calling her Iya Onigba because she is so dogged. No matter the volume of her other activities, here, there, and everywhere, and we all know that she's always busy all over the place. But no matter the amount of work she has to do everywhere, she always makes time for her lectures, her community activities, her research, and publications. When she was going to be dean, many assumed that because of her age, she would just mark the time. But even strangers and passers-by, including the representative of the CMD, can see the new look of our dental school and the dental center, courtesy of her never say never attitude. There's a popular saying which goes thus: Kosarubongana. That saying is no better suited to anyone than Professor Juliana Taiwo because of her poise and the firm control. Is Professor Donkor controverting that? Kosarubongana indeed. Because of her poise, her control, firm control over her muscles and her mind. The Bible says, even in old age, they shall flourish. That is a promise that is working in your life, Professor Taiwo, and it shall continue to work for you. Having said this, however, there's a part of Professor Taiwo that many may not know about, except of course her dear husband, and that is her exceptional quality of submissiveness and willingness to collaborate on any cause that she believes in spite of her seniority in age. She is indeed a superb team player. She brought these attributes to play within our unit, thus furthering harmony and progress in the unit. If we took a decision about the direction for our community unit, she would gladly and fiercely uphold that position and would not depart from it even during the period that I, the leader of the team, was away serving the university in other capacities. This is exceptional, and I must commend you for that. Professor Juliana Taiwo, it is not given to everybody the grace to retire meritoriously. You have been specially blessed by God. According to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, an American poet who lived in the early parts of the 19th century, and I quote, "Great is the art of beginning, but greater is the art of ending." Your beginning was great. Your career has been greater because you made it, and you have made it to the zenith. Thus, you are ending in a resounding ovation. One thing is clear, you have not ended though. This is just the beginning of a new vista, a glorious chapter in your life. You have a very busy life, and we know it. School, this, that. We do know how busy your schedule is. I pray for increased strength and sound health to carry you as you journey back and forth in discharging your duties to your family here in Nigeria, back in Ghana, to the community and the vineyard of God. Community dentistry will surely miss you, but we know you will be available whenever we call on you to collaborate with us. I thank the Honorable Dr. Yomi Taiwo, who has been taking good care of you since he set his eyes on you in Yugoslavia and said, "I will not allow this gem to go back to Ghana." Oh. I have to bring her back to Nigeria. You will agree, sir, that she has been a great asset to you. May the Lord keep you both in good health till your ripe old age. Finally, I say congratulations, dear colleague, who has turned a friend and now a sister. The very best wishes always, and that is from me and my family. And the community unit of periodontology and community dentistry. Best wishes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mommy has spoken for members of the unit. Wonderful, wonderful talk there. Please let's give her a resounding round of applause again for that wonderful speech. Very touching and giving us even the gist of Yugoslavia. Thank you very much, ma'am. I want to humbly invite now for the Goodwill message the head of department, family dentistry, University College Hospital Ibadan, the person of Dr. Nasiru. Please let's put our hands together as she comes to give the Goodwill message. As she comes forward, I want to very humbly also recognize the presence of the #1 dentist in Oyo State. That is the person of Dr. Nkocha, the chairperson, Oyo State Nigeria Dental Association, Oyo State chapter. Thank you very much, ma'am, for gracing this occasion. I now hand over the microphone to Dr. Nasiru. Thank you.
The chairman of this occasion, my highly respected elders, teachers and colleagues, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It is an honor and great privilege for me, on behalf of the Department of Family Dentistry, to bid a farewell to our mentor, our mother and guardian, Professor Juliana Taiwo. Mama is the founder of family dentistry in the University College Hospital Ibadan. We call her our mama. Her enormous contribution to the advancement of faculty of family dentistry at the national postgraduate medical level of Nigeria is inevitable. Professor Taiwo, together with the support of other past chairmen of the faculty, established the Department of Family Dentistry with just 4 of us as the pioneer resident doctors, 2 supernumerary and 2 in-house resident doctors. Then it wasn't easy. Mama used to tell us that if not for Professor Okay, it wouldn't have been possible. Much appreciation today to Professor Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Mama leadership skill is one that extends to our individual lives, in which she seeks nothing but progress in all ramifications. Mama presence is such that everybody must get ready to push beyond their limits. You cannot just afford to be lackadaisical around Mama. She will always tell you, you can do it, you will do it. Her constant saying of, we shall do it, we shall ensure we do it, yes, we shall write to the CMD, is what has kept an enviable name for this department in and outside UCH. Mama, you are a mentor, an inspiration to many of us in the department. You have been one in all for some of us. You've been our friend, you've been our leader, and you've been everything to us. You have often scolded us, but you have pampered us as well in so many occasions. You have laid a very solid professional foundation for us, that which we are building our career, and we are progressing. Thank you very much, ma'am. You are talented, a honest and trustworthy woman who is always productive. If Mama is pursuing something, if she hasn't seen the end as being productive, no, she will not stop it. You must do it. Your inspirational thoughts have inspired us, and we have inherited your values, which we will never forget with the passage of time. Mama, we can never forget the cheerful moments we spent together. We already started missing you right from the time you left the department to take up the role of the Dean of the Faculty of Dental Surgery. But to the glory of God, by your values which we have inherited, we have been able to turn the 3 clinic locations you left for us then into 5 clinic locations. And we promise you to keep the department expanding, advancing, and progressing. Honestly, your retirement is nothing short of a glorious achievement in glory in respect and in dignity. I shouldn't just say much. Mama, we will forever miss you. We will miss your constant instruction for us. We will miss the way you guide us and directed us. We will miss the yearly end of the year party that you always organize for us, where we drink, we eat, we dance together in your house. On behalf of myself and all members of Family Dentistry Department, I would like to conclude by saying, Mama, we love you, we will forever miss you, and we wish you the best in your future endeavor. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed, we are going to miss Mommy. But some of us that know our house, we make sure that even before we miss her, we will pay her a visit. Please, let's put our hands together for the head of department, Family Dentistry, University College Hospital, Ibadan. Yeah, I think now we need to move on to the next of our program, and that is to get another stuff. Of course, this one is coming from a professor of community dentistry, somebody that I take my time to read our slides very well. After updates, you want to take them line by line, because you know when a professor teaches, you should expect something in the exam. But the good thing is that those stuffs are made simple, easy to read, very wonderful, and I'm sure that that is what we are going to get here today. To get the keynote, the citation of the guest lecturer, please put your hands together as I call our teacher, consultant conservative dentist, the person of Dr. M.D. Ajayi, as she comes to read the citation. Please, let's keep the applause room. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the MC. I present the citation of Professor Consola Olulola Shofola. Thank you, ma, for standing up for that. Professor Consola Olulola Shofola, a professor of dental public health, University of Lagos, born a few years ago in Abeokuta, a city under great rocks, and the Olumo Rock being the most notable. She had a secondary education at St. Louis Secondary School, Ondo, university education at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. She then proceeded in 2001 to obtain an MPH, a Master of Public Health, from the University of Lagos, at which time she was awarded the best overall candidate in the Master of Public Health. She also got the Ofonuwusu Prize for Best MPH Dissertation. Our guest lecturer today became a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons in the specialty of community dentistry in the year 2000. And since then, she's been a lecturer, a consultant, and a seasoned researcher in the university and the teaching hospital. Her research interests are infections and infection control in dentistry, epidemiology of dental caries, pattern risk factors and prevention, the integration of oral health into primary healthcare system. Professor Shofola, being adept in developing oral health manpower with emphasis of dental education. Professor Shofola, a motivating, exemplary, and highly revered mentor, has successfully trained and supervised many younger colleagues who today are fellows of West African College of Surgeons, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, and those with masters in public health. An administrator par excellence, Professor Consola Shofola, at various times and seasons held outstanding positions at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. And these include, she was the Dean Faculty of Dental Sciences, University of Lagos between August 2016 and January 2021. Professor Olulola Shofola was also the head of Department of Preventive Dentistry, August 2015 to 2016. Being a mother, she was the Hall Mistress at Bimbola Awoli Hall, College of Medicine, University of Lagos, 2007 to 2009. A member of Prizes and Scholarship Committee, Acting Director, Medical Consults, and so on and so forth. Professor Shofola, a great educator. She has been, and she's still an external examiner to most dental schools in Nigeria. Not only in Nigeria, but also in some West African countries. She is an examiner in the West African College of Surgeons. Even though a community dentistry specialist, she has not limited her impact to the community. She has been invited severally to be a distinguished speaker at international conferences. She's a resource person at various workshops and trainings. She's been a reviewer of many journals. She has several publications to her honor. Professor Shofola is a member of many professional bodies, both national and international. And as I said, an exemplary, a well-honored and revered mentor. No wonder the Department of Community Dentistry and Periodontology and Community Dentistry found in her a suitable presenter for today's guest lecture titled "The Postgraduate Dental Training in Nigeria, Challenges and Prospects." Welcome with me to the podium, Professor Onyekasola Olulola Shofola.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ajayi. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, represented, principal officers of the college and the university, the chief host, Provost College of Medicine, ably represented, Chief Medical Director, ably represented, Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, heads of department present, keynote speaker, my president, West African College of Surgeons, the celebrants of today, Professor Taiwo and their husband. Please permit me to rest on the existing protocol for others. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a very great pleasure for me to be invited to deliver this retirement lecture in honor of Professor Juliana Taiwo, who is one of our elders in community dentistry and who today is retiring as statutory, but obviously she's not tired. I bring greetings from University of Lagos, University of First Choice, and the nation's pride. Permit me, where Professor Taiwo has served as external examiner in the Department of Preventive Dentistry. I would like to thank her publicly for that service to the University of Lagos. I also want to congratulate Professor Taiwo on behalf of the International Association for Dental Research, Nigerian Division, where Professor Taiwo served as President-elect and President between 2004 and 2005. And let me also recognize my president, the current president of IADR, who is present with us to honor Professor Taiwo today, Professor Omolara Uti. Professor Taiwo has worked a lot on the oral health of the elderly in Nigeria. And she has contributed a lot to the knowledge in this aspect of community dentistry, among others. So therefore, I initially wanted to focus on oral health for the elderly, but decided to expand the scope of the lecture because we all know that oral health care delivery in Nigeria is a subject that concerns all age groups in Nigeria. And as of now, no age group has been specifically singled out as priority group in the country for focus on oral health. And oral diseases affect individuals and populations across the entire life course of everybody. So I hope during the course of this lecture to give an overview of where we are today in terms of oral health care delivery in Nigeria, enumerate our challenges, and give some recommendations that may help in improving oral health outcome in the Nigerian population. So what is oral health? Various definitions have been given to describe oral health. The World Health Organization defines oral health as a state of being free from mouth and facial pain, oral and throat cancers, oral infections and sores, periodontal disease, tooth decay, tooth loss, and other disorders that can limit an individual's capacity in biting, in chewing, in smiling, and in every psychological well-being. That means that oral health, in other words, if you are not being able to do any of this, you are not in good oral health. The other definitions for oral health, Locker in 1988 developed a conceptual model for oral health which defines health as not merely an absence of disease or infirmity, but also included functional aspects and social and psychological well-being, therefore focusing on optimal functioning of the person and social role. We also have the definition by Dolan as a comfortable and functional dentition that allows individuals to continue their social role. So what I'm saying therefore is that it's not merely you not having pain in your mouth that is oral health. It encompasses a wide range of activities that constitute oral health. So what are the characteristics of oral health in Africa and in Nigeria? First, we have low to very low caries prevalence, that is tooth decay. The prevalence is low, the severity is not high, but the public health aspect of it is that most of these caries is untreated because people do not have access to care. We have few oral health personnel, and there is an imbalance between the type of personnel and the needs of the population. We have peri-urban and rural communities who do not have basic health care, or they have only emergency care because of high cost or unavailability of other treatments. And then we have a low priority given to oral health because there are several other competing health problems in Africa and in Nigeria. There's malaria, there is now COVID, there's so many other things that people think are more important than oral health. So what are the determinants of oral health in Nigeria? Specifically in Nigeria, we have low awareness and subsequent poor utilization of facilities, especially for preventive purposes. Therefore, most of the time, the person or the patient comes to the dental clinic because of pain, and the demand for care will be relief of pain and not for preventive purposes. Low income leading to poverty and exposure to preventable oral diseases such as normal, widespread in Nigeria. We have poor governmental support for oral health in Nigeria, so the funding is pretty poor. The increasing urbanization is leading to greater access to alcohol, tobacco, and sugars, and this has led to increase in prevalence of oral cancers, dental caries, facial trauma, and such non-communicable diseases. And lastly, we have inadequate insurance cover for oral health issues. Should we be concerned about this? What is the oral disease burden in Nigeria? Are oral diseases prevalent in Nigeria? Should we be concerned that we do not have enough support for oral diseases in Nigeria? There are 7 priority oral diseases that have been described as representing the largest part of disease burden in Africa, and these include dental caries, periodontal diseases, oral cancers, normal, oral manifestations of HIV and AIDS, orofacial trauma, and cleft lip and palate. For Nigeria specifically, when we talk about dental caries, we have a prevalence of dental caries that range between 4 to 30% in studies conducted in different parts of Nigeria. And notably again, like I said earlier on, is that most of these caries were untreated. For early childhood caries, that is caries in children, we have a prevalence which, although is low, studies have shown that there is an almost doubling of the prevalence of dental caries between age 12 to 24 months, and that this is an indication for early institution of preventive care at that age. Untreated caries in primary dentition, that's in the child, is reported to be over 80%. That means 80% of caries in children are untreated. And in adults, between 77.3% to 98.6% in permanent dentition in Nigeria, caries is untreated. That's been reported in different studies in Nigeria. On the other extreme of life for adults, Taiwo et al. Reported 14.5% prevalence of dental caries among elderly persons in Nigeria and in Ibadan specifically. And ESO in Ife reported a prevalence of 30.5 for coronal caries and 15.8 for root caries in Ile-Ife. Again, most of these studies noted low utilization of oral health facilities and high prevalence of neglect in these elders. For periodontal disease, severe periodontal disease, which is defined as presence of periodontal pockets more than 6 mm, is widespread. And there's a global prevalence of about 19% in people aged greater than 15 years. That's a WHO reference. And in Nigeria, Apata in 2004 gave a prevalence of 15 to 58% in Nigerians older than 15 years of age. For oral cancers, which is commoner in the older age groups, the burden of oral cancer in Nigeria is unknown, because even though we have 11 cancer registries in Nigeria, they are all located in the tertiary hospitals, and they report only hospital-based data. The reported prevalence of oral cancer in Nigeria range from 2.7% to 36.8%. But as you can imagine, this is grossly underreported because these are mostly hospital-based data. Normal. In 1998, the WHO estimated an annual incidence of more than 140,000 normal cases worldwide. Well, recent epidemiological studies are not available because there is lack of surveillance system for normal and high mortality at early ages. And this is combined with the stigma with normal, so most of the time they are taken away by their parents, so they are not part of the data. In addition, awareness and capacity to recognize the first signs of normal are low among healthcare workers that have the first access to these children and among the general population. Normal has been described as a marker of absolute poverty, and is the part of the priority actions for WHO Regional Office for African Regional Oral Health Strategy 2016 to 2025. That means there's a lot of focus on NOMA at the moment, and we should be keen into the opportunity to control NOMA in Nigeria. Unfortunately, I've given a lot of data, but they are all localized studies. We don't have any recent national data on prevalence of oral diseases in Nigeria, and this is a challenge to the Association of Dental Public Health Practitioners of Nigeria, of which I also belong, to rise to the occasion of providing valid, up-to-date data for better planning in Nigeria. Now, having gone through the oral disease body in Nigeria, let's talk about our oral health delivery in Nigeria. Where are we? What are our challenges? What are those challenges that mitigate against effective oral health delivery in Nigeria? The first is access to oral health care. Access to oral health care is multidimensional. It involves accessibility in terms of geographical location of the facilities, which is still a challenge in most rural areas in Nigeria. More than half of our oral health facilities in Nigeria are in the southern part of the country. About 50% of providers for oral health care are also in the southern part of Nigeria, and about 50% of them belong to private sector. Of this 50%, another 50% of those ones are based in Lagos State alone. So you can imagine that majority of the rural population in Nigeria do not have access to oral health. Most dental facilities are in cities and towns because access to social amenities such as electricity and potable water, which we all need for modern dentistry, is easier in urban areas. Accessibility also involves manpower development and distribution, and that we are now facing the most challenging challenge of low manpower in Nigeria, which is being worsened by a migrating workforce. And therefore, we need to start thinking of how to retain our workforce that's been trained in the country to work in the country. Affordability is another aspect of access to care, and it's also a big challenge with poor government support for oral health care and a poor coverage of the NHIS for oral health care. Now, presently, the oral health insurance does not cover several essential oral health services and emergency care. Also, most of those that are covered are listed under secondary care, and this makes access to affordable oral care difficult for a larger proportion of the population. Poor oral health care financing is another challenge that we're having. Funding for oral health care in the public sector in Nigeria derives from allocations by the Federal Ministry of Health, the National Health Insurance Scheme, from private insurance schemes, and mostly out-of-pocket payments. Budgetary allocation for health is low, and there is competition for these scarce resources from the other killer diseases such as malaria and all the other non-communicable diseases. Therefore, we can imagine how low allocation to oral health care specifically is. It's a mega portion of the total budget for healthcare in Nigeria. Most of the populace, like I said earlier, have limited access to oral health care because the main method of financing in Nigeria is out-of-pocket payments. So, with competing needs, competing priorities, a lot of people would downgrade their oral health to be of lower priority until they have pain or they really have to see a dentist as a matter of emergency. Inadequate manpower for oral health delivery. In terms of manpower development, although we have had an increase in the number of training institutions for dentists in Nigeria, we currently have about 16 institutions training dentists in Nigeria. Our main problem is retaining those ones that we have trained within the workforce in Nigeria? How do we ensure the retention of trained manpower in Nigeria? We, as a country, we still fall within countries that are estimated to have 0.1 to 1.5 dentists per 10,000 population, and that's grossly inadequate. And this is going to get lower because of the migration of trained workforce. The younger ones are going, the older ones are leaving. Another challenge we have is the poor perception of oral health by the public, by policymakers, and other healthcare providers in Nigeria. There is an isolation of dental care from the mainstream health system, and it has made public health policymakers and politicians forget about oral health and regard oral health to be of low priority in the scheme of things in Nigeria. So when they are making plans, they forget about oral health. Governance for oral health care. The first national oral health policy was approved in 2012, and a revision was done in 2020, and I think was recently approved in 2022. Targets were set for this national oral health policy for the year 2025, and these targets were listed under some broad headlines: integration of oral care into maternal and preschool health care, integration of oral health into school health care program, integrated oral, mental, sexual and reproductive health care for adolescents and young persons, integrated oral and other cancer care for older persons. The goal of the national oral health policy was to achieve optimum health care for at least 50% of Nigerians through sustainable awareness creation, strategic research, workforce development, and coordination of oral health activities, as well as institutionalization of modern dental practices, and to ensure the effective integration of oral health into national oral health programs. Clearly, we are not anywhere near the goals of the National Oral Health Policy at the moment. This is 2023. So what should we be doing? How do we improve oral health care delivery and provide universal oral health for all Nigerians? What should we be doing? The first is that, I think you are going back. Yes, the most feasible action for oral health maintenance in developing countries where resources are limited include: 1, the integration of oral health into strategic health programs. Most of the oral diseases are either preventable or treatable in their early stages. In addition, most importantly, is that they share modifiable risk factors such as tobacco use, alcohol consumption, and poor diet with the major NCDs. Therefore, addressing these risk factors in an integrated way within the primary healthcare-based strategy is key to controlling both and preventing the major non-communicable diseases, including oral health. So we should be regarding oral health as part of the non-communicable diseases that should be controlled and not in isolation of itself. Oral health should be part of the national multi-sectorial action plan for the prevention of non-communicable diseases. That's the common risk factor approach in controlling non-communicable diseases, including oral health. The integration of oral health care into the PHC system with the introduction of the basic package of oral care will ensure access to oral health care by the population. Imagine at least one PHC center in 774 local government areas in Nigeria. If at least one of them have the oral health care included in their PHC system, you can imagine the access to oral health care that would provide for the people in that community. So we should be talking about inclusion of oral health care into PHC. The inclusion of oral health into maternal and child care will also ensure that preventive care for infants and children is easy, and this would encourage early dental visits by the first year of life, which is one of the objectives of pediatric dental care. But for this to be effective, for us to be able to do this, we have to train and retrain community health workers on preventive oral health. And this includes in identification of oral diseases and early referral systems. Number 3, we should have the provision of school-based oral health programs. And this would help in delivering primary preventive oral health care and control of oral disease within the school-aged population. It is high time that this is introduced. We should improve oral health data collection for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. We need good quality public health research to produce reliable data for planning. A national oral health survey is overdue. I think I'm repeating myself, but that's my major concern. A national oral health care survey is overdue. We can only advocate and do advocacy and convince policymakers with figures. If we don't have the figures, we cannot convince anybody that they should invest in oral health. This is very important. And we are challenging us again to get this done as a matter of urgency. I think this is one of the few times where we can regard what is important as also what is urgent. To improve oral health funding through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund and increase coverage. Now, the enactment of the National Health Act 2014 and the establishment of the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund represents a watershed in the journey towards providing equitable access to oral care and universal health coverage. The Basic Healthcare Provision Fund is derived from an annual grant from the federal government of Nigeria of not less than 1% of the consolidated revenue fund. 2, grants by international donor partners, and 3, funds from any other source, inclusive of the private sector. The overall objective of this fund is to ensure the provision of a basic minimum package of health services, strengthen the primary health care, that's the PHC, and provide emergency medical care. Now, this fund has been allocated as 55% to basic minimum package of health service, 45% to PHC, and 5% to emergency medical care. A cursory look through this Basic Healthcare Provision Fund found dental care listed once under primary level, precisely under health education and disease prevention. There was no mention of primary dental care. There was primary eye care, for instance, but there was no primary dental care. And even under the secondary care, there was nothing for dental care. Now, clearly, this fund did not capture essential dental care. The BPOC, that's the basic package of oral care, should be captured under this scheme as part of the basic medical package of health services. That is, oral care should not be isolated. It should be part of that basic medical, minimum package of health services. And this will ensure funding for oral health at that level. 55% of that fund is allocated to that. For the PHC, 45% is allocated. So we want integration of oral health into PHC to also benefit from 45% of that fund. So we should be advocating for the inclusion of oral care, essential oral care, in the basic minimum package of health services in Nigeria. It has already been passed. It's an act. The money is there. We should be part of the advantage. Lastly, we need to expand the coverage of the NHIS to cover basic oral health care and emergency oral health care as primary providers. We should be having improved insurance coverage for the vulnerable groups like the elderly and people living with special needs. They should actually be under free health coverage for this vulnerable population. Globally, oral health has become a focus for the global health body, and the WHO recommended to the 74th World Health Assembly, among other things, that member states should frame oral health policies, plan and project for the management of oral health care according to the vision and political agendas in health projected for 2030, in which oral health is considered as an integral part of general health, responding to the needs and demands of the public for oral health, for good oral health. Nigeria, being a member state of the WHO, should not be left out of this vision of the WHO and the World Health Assembly. My concluding statement: there has to be a reorientation to the hitherto treatment-focused, surgical and largely interventionist approach to the practice of dentistry, which largely relies on the use of expensive high-tech equipment and materials, which is not suitable for all countries or population groups. It's certainly not certain. It is very unrealistic of workforce limitations. It's costly or unavailable functioning infrastructure and lack or limited capacity for servicing arrangements. This is referenced by the WHO Global Oral Health Body. The primary focus of oral health care professionals should therefore be on delivering evidence-based preventive care, minimally invasive interventions, and supporting patients in effective self-care practices and acting as advocates for policies to promote population oral health. I think I have enumerated some aspects of this that we should be advocating for us to improve the healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Tributes to Professor Taiwo. Professor Juliana Taiwo, one of our elders in community dentistry, she has contributed to the production of many specialists in community dentistry, including from all institutions, especially from the University College Hospital Ibadan. She has also served the College of Medicine in various capacities that have all been enumerated earlier on. She has been a key figure in the development of the Faculty of General Dental Practice of the National Postgraduate Medical College, serving as both the secretary and the chairman of the faculty at different times. She has made remarkable contribution to epidemiological data on the elderly in Nigeria, which has been recognized by the WHO, with various studies that demonstrated the need to change the approach to oral health of the elderly, and she has been a key factor in providing divine health and peace of mind. Congratulations, ma, and happy birthday. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is Lagoon Front, Unilag Lagoon Front. You remember I said University of First Choice and Nation's Pride. This is our Lagoon Front, the night version and the day version. Let me thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. A resounding round of applause for that professorial lecture by Professor of Community Dentistry, Professor of International Repute, Professor Sofola. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful lecture. It was very stimulating, and I'm sure that many of us, including myself inclusive, were jotting down seriously. I'm sure that especially residents here, you are going to sleep with this, read it like your Bible, because exam is around the corner. For someone like me in the profession, even though I'm not going for another exam, we will always be very happy to learn at the feet of our elders, our professors. Once again, a resounding round of applause for that wonderful lecture. A lot of achievements have been mentioned concerning Professor Taiwo, especially when she was dean. And a lot that has been talked about is the students' human capital development, especially in the area of research. We must inform that several of our students, which is sponsored for what we call the IADR conference in Lagos in 2021, won a lot of awards at that floor, including the junior artist competition, that is the junior category. Again, the last one that we had, we won the senior ones. We also found that students from the University of Ibadan, the College of Medicine, the Faculty of Dentistry also won research grants. This has enabled the culture of research to even grow more. There's this organization that provided that platform, and that is the International Association of Dental Research, the Nigerian division. And the president is here, the person of Professor Uti. Please, I want you to give a resounding round of applause to this mother who has encouraged us. We have the student research group of IADR formed here because she encouraged us, worked with the dean, and now its students and residents are stimulated. Thank you very much once again. We'll move now to the next, which will be goodwill messages, and these will be very short ones. The possibility of very short, if it's possible. Without much ado, I'd like to call on Dr. Orinda Adeyemi, the chairperson of M1 Oyo State, representing herself and again giving a goodwill message on behalf of the national president of WEMA. Please let's put our hands together for our mommy as she radiantly, gallantly move up to give the goodwill message. Thank you very much, mommy.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. However, you will permit me to give special greetings to our special guest from Ghana, all the way from Ghana, Professor Peter Donkor, Akwaba, and also to Professor Oyinkosola, I'm Onyida, you're Oyinkosola, Shofola, Eko Nibajeo. I must also give special regards to our provost, represented by Dr. Fatai Adeniyi. Professor, excuse me, Professor. So henceforth, I'll be calling everybody Professor, so that I won't miss anybody. Dr. Ibiyemi did introduce me earlier as a conversant person. I'm not a dentist, I'm a physician. But I have a lot of values for dental care. And because I believe that your dentition adds to your beauty. So I'm very particular about it, and as such, I'm always in and out of the dental unit, and that's why he has said that I'm in and out of the dental unit. So how did I get to know our professor? I met her husband, the Honorable, at Jericho when we first all came back from abroad, and he's a very active person, very, very active. And so I was interested to know who the partner would be. I knew the person was a doctor. So I was always looking out to know who that partner would be. You know, the complement physician person, to that active person. So when I met Professor Juliana Obuntu Taiwo, I was very, very pleased. I was very, very pleased. She is a lovely woman. And whenever I go to UCH, I will first of all go to her office and knock the door. And she's always on time. When she gives you time, she's on time. So I'll first of all go to her. And you know what? She will always go to the clinics with me. And she will say, hope you don't mind if the students will treat you. I say, no, I don't mind. You run you. When the students when I open my mouth and they're doing something, I know she's in the next cubicle. And I'll be saying, I know she will come in and take it over. She will take over the management, and she is very, very finicky, very, very gentle to touch, very, very nice, and she will make sure that everything is done correctly. And she's a very nice person for advocacy. When one of my daughters needed braces, she had refused. So I said to myself, I must let her meet my prof. So when she met Prof, gently she spoke to my daughter, and my daughter just accepted. Then she referred us to Dr. Adeyemi that did the final thing. Then another encounter that I had with her, she has been very, very hospitable to M1 ladies. We were in Ghana for an international conference, and she hosted about 7 or 8 of us in her house. Every morning she will ask, what do we want to eat? We will eat breakfast. When we get to the event, we will eat. She would have made supper for us. Every evening was an indigenous meal that we will eat again when we get back home. She is very thorough. And blessed memory to Mama. Mama will be there waiting for us to greet us all when we come back. And then every morning, my prof will walk out with all of us. We'll go and get our vehicle when the vehicle is not available. She is a perfect family woman. And as I must add this as well, we all forget to say this when we talk about being a professor, how well she has been in her profession. The most important thing is how successful has she been in the home. Professor Juliana Taiwo has been very successful in her home. She has 2 doctors to herself and grandchildren, and she is a wonderful woman to the core in the house. When you get to her house, everything is very, very clean and of course very fashionable. She taught me, then she will say, do you like this dress? I will take you to the tailor. Do you like this? So she's very thorough in every aspect. So at the end of this, she has worked very well. She has been successful in her profession. She has been successful in the home, and she's about to retire. I am going to hand her over to our honorable to make sure that she is happy all the way. I know she's a very, very busy body, and you also very busy, but I wish you both a successful retirement and happy moments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mommy. Let's give the president of M1 Oyo State another resounding round of applause. I have to correct myself. Initially, I said chairperson, but she is the president. Maybe when we have M1 meeting, they invite women once in a while so that we understand what is happening there. Very quickly, we move to the next Goodwill message, and this will be given by Dr. Seyi Akunde on behalf of the MDCAN chairman, University College Hospital, Ibadan. Please let's put our hands together as we come forward. And then the chairperson of Oyo ND, very briefly, after him.
The Vice Chancellor and Chairman of the event, very distinguished guests on the high table that time will not permit me to mention one after the other, distinguished audience. On behalf of Dr. Foluke Fashola, who is the Chairman, Medical and Dental Consultant Association of Nigeria, University College Hospital Chapter, who is away in Enugu attending MDCAN and NEC, I am here, Ma, to felicitate with you and to congratulate you on your 70th birthday and retirement from the university and the hospital. We want to thank you for being a good member and an elder of the chapter. You have been a good financial member, and then you have supported the chapter in making sure that you didn't give us the chapter any headache. Wherever the chapter dictated, you follow. We thank you so much, and I use this time to invite you to our annual end of the year party, where we traditionally host and celebrate all the retirees of the index year. And on behalf of well over 300 medical and dental consultants in the employment of University College Hospital, I want to say and wish you endless peace, joy, happiness, and sound health in your retirement. We love you, Ma, and God be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very sharp, straightforward. Thank you for keeping to the time. I want to now call on my indefatigable president, the president of the Nigerian Dental Association of your state, Dr. Feshe Nkusha. to give the Goodwill message on behalf of ourselves, members of the association in the state, and also representing the national president of this association. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Professor Taiwo, happy birthday, ma. I will just read my Goodwill message quickly, but because it gives me all sense of humility, ma, and happiness that I'm here today to deliver this Goodwill message to our mother, our pillar of support in the NDA, on her occasion of her retirement and her birthday. Ma, we recall with sense of nostalgia and joy the many moments we sat and gained from your wealth of knowledge, ma. We were at the back remembering the times. Ma, we'll mimic you tomorrow. And we are happy with the times we spent with you. During those times, ma, you were not just a teacher to us, ma. You were also a mentor and a guardian. And we are here today. We are thankful to God for putting you in our lives and in the course of our training. So ma, we want to tell you that our training was better because you were there. Thank you, ma. Our young NDA, your state is one of the youngest, but ma, you have always been a pillar of support to us. You've always opened your doors to us when we come to you. Before you were dean, during your time as the dean, and afterwards. It was during your time that the NDA was able to establish the award for the best graduating dental students in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Thank you, ma'am. Our prayer today for you, ma, is that God will continue to bless you, preserve you, and keep you. Just as you had a wonderful service period, you shall enjoy a fulfilling, restful, enjoyable, and enviable retirement life. We will miss you, ma, our fashionable, our thorough, and hospitable mama. Thank you very much, ma. Let me say thank you, ma, for the time and commitment you gave to the shaping of dentists in Nigeria, in Oyo State. Thank you, ma.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fechi Nkwocha, the NDA chairman Oyo, for that beautiful Goodwill message. The chairman of this occasion, in absentia, please permit me to invite my teacher, plus another birthday person, birthday mate to the celebrant, Professor Modupe Celebrant, Professor Modupe Arojolu. Can we appreciate her as she walks majestically to this podium to present awards to our speakers?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman, ably represented by the chief host, ably represented by the deputy provost. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Donkor, can you come over, please? We are really happy and delighted that you could come for this program, all the way from Ghana. A big fish like you, we are indebted. Thank you very much, my brother. So on behalf of the Department of Odontology and Community Dentistry, Faculty of Dentistry, University of Ibadan, this is an award of recognition presented to Professor Peter Donkor as the keynote speaker in appreciation of the presentation at the Valedictory program in honor of Professor Juliana on this day, 26th January 2022. Congratulations and thank you. Oh, another one. Oh. Still on recognition and presentation of awards, Can I invite Professor Onikosola Shofola to come over? My dear sister, I must say we thank you from the bottom of all our hearts in the department that you could come for this program. With fuel shortage, with all problems on Lagos Ibadan Expressway, we thank you. So on behalf of the Department of Odontology and Community Dentistry, Faculty of Dentistry, University of Ibadan, we award you for your recognition, and this is presented to you as the guest speaker in appreciation of the presentation at the Valedictory program honor of Professor Juliana Taiwo on this day, 26th January 2023. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you, Professor Arojolu, for coming over to do this presentation. The next award is to the Celebrant, and the award is from the Department of Odontology and Community Dentistry. And permit me to invite our mommy, our teacher, Professor Bemisola Oke, to do the presentation. Thank you.
It is a pleasure for me and a great honor to present the award of meritorious service to Professor Juliana Taiwo in recognition of your meritorious service to the University College Hospital, Ibadan, and the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, presented this day, the 26th of January 2023. Congratulations.
Family dentistry. Yes. Please. Yeah, there's another presentation. Okay, okay, federal. Okay. Yeah, please. Mommy, please still hold on. The College of Medicine of our university also have an award for you. Let me call on Professor Adeni, who is standing in for the Vice Chancellor, for the Provost. He's wearing 2 caps now, or 3. As the Deputy Provost also will be presenting the award on behalf of the College of Medicine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I'll do it. Professor Taiwo, please come over here. And Daddy, please stand beside her. Yes, please, let's face the audience. Yeah. Okay, so I'll go to the other side. And I would like to call the only member of ESCO of the college that is in the auditorium now, Professor Bamdele Kolide, the Dean of Dentistry. Please join me. Thank you. All right. So, traditionally, now that you have retired, you are welcome to the group of living legends of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. And never ever are we going to lose track of our retirees in the College of Medicine. Sometime last year, the Living Legends group was inaugurated in the College of Medicine. And on this group, we have all our retirees on the group where they interact directly with the college. So every day an academic staff retires, that individual is automatically welcomed into the Living Legends group. And this is the symbol of that group. You are most welcome, Professor Juliana Taiwo, to this very distinguished group. So interestingly, the color matches so well what you are wearing today. Congratulations, ma. And just a minute, please. So, on behalf of the Executive Committee and Management of the College of Medicine, I actually congratulate Professor Juliana Taiwo on your 70th birthday and formal retirement from the service of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. We are profoundly grateful to you and wish you abundant happiness in this new season of your life. Olainka Omigbodo, Professor of Psychiatry and Provost, on behalf of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Today, 26 January 2023.
Dr. Fagbule, please assist our mommy in mommy don't go yet. You still have 2 more awards because the people that you have served, they love you and they have something special for you. So let me call on the president of IADR, International Association of Dental Research, Nigeria section, Professor T. Professor Uti is a professor of community dentistry from the University of Lagos. Our mommy, that the celebrant, was a past IADR president, Nigerian section. And so the association has a gift for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, all protocol duly observed because of our time. I want to congratulate our dear Professor Juliana Taiwo for a job well done. She was the president of the IADR and she has made remarkable impact on our lives. In IADR, we pride ourselves by celebrating the past as well as the present so that our future can be greater. And so, on behalf of the IADR, we want to felicitate with you. We pray that the Lord will continue to guide you, continue to bless you, and enlarge your coast. You are retiring, but you're not tired. And we are expecting you at our 20th anniversary coming up in Port Harcourt. You are going to play a very big role. Remember the role you played 2 years ago in Lagos 2021. The moment I spoke to you, you came with a formidable team. And I'm not surprised that the Student Research Group of Ibadan has been doing remarkably well. At the Kano conference, the difference was quite clear. I'm from Lagos, but I can tell you that the Ibadan team came prepared and they won so many awards. So I congratulate you once again. So on behalf of the IADR, we bring you this congratulations, Professor Taiwo, on this glorious double celebration of your 70th birthday and retirement. Your commitment and hard work has yielded so much fruit in dentistry and the dental research in Nigeria. For this and your service to IADR Nigeria, you are truly appreciated. As you begin a new phase in your life, may the Lord strengthen and keep you. May each day bring reasons to rejoice in Him. IDEA Nigeria Division celebrates you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last presentation is from the resident doctors. Resident doctors of the Dental Center, University College Hospital. I call on Dr. Adeosho, the chief resident, to come up with his colleague, a resident, to present this beautiful, very beautiful, very beautiful, very beautiful, very beautiful, gorgeous, very beautiful portrait of the celebrant. So,
congratulations, man, for this celebration at the valedictory lecture marking your retirement from meritorious service to the government and to humanity. We residents, or the dental resident doctors, University College Hospital Ibadan, appreciate all that you are given, your commitment to impartation of knowledge and building up the residents, mentoring enduringly up to this point when you are leaving the service. I pray that as you retire from the service, you will not retire into terminal illness. The Lord will be with you and your family such that you will enjoy the fruits of your labor. Congratulations once again, man. We present this token in appreciation of the best of you that you are giving to us. Thank you.
thank you. So help her take to the camera. So thank you, the chief resident of the resident group at the Dental Center. Thank you. So the celebrant, you can sit down, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Permit me to respectfully invite our grandfather, grand teacher, the president of ICOMA Worldwide. ICOMA is the Alumni Association of graduates from the College of Medicine. Our daddy has been sitting quietly there. We just want to hear some few words, goodwill message for the celebrant of today. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. This is an ambush. My name is not on the program, but it's a pleasure to be given the opportunity to say a few words. The chairperson, chairman, representing everybody, the celebrant and spouse, president of the West African College of Surgeons, all the way from Accra. I'll say something about Ghana soon. And of course, our distinguished guest lecturer, Professor Shofola, who is from one of University of Ibadan satellite campuses. We were delighted by your presentation. We didn't expect anything less. Thank you. I do have some memories of Ghana. I thought I'd just share some of these memories. Many years ago, I used to travel a lot to Ghana to teach laparoscopic sterilization. And I know Kumasi, I know Tamale, I know Koforidua, Accra, and all those places. I read in your CV that your parents are Dr. Jan. There was a Dr. Jan in Kumasi. I don't know if it's your uncle, but just to know that there's that connection. I must apologize on behalf of my country for giving a name to a kind of bag that is used in Nigeria. They call it Ghana must go. I think that those who are very interesting times in Nigeria, it's Nigerians now who are using that bag to go. Well, I congratulate you immensely on this celebration. It's always a delight to be celebrated after very hard work. And from all that I've seen and all that I've heard, your contribution to the College of Medicine was quite immense. When I teach leadership, one of my favorite quotes is that if you are a leader and you are walking, you look behind you and nobody is following you, you are taking a walk in the garden. However, for you, as you look back, you can see many people that you've led who are proud of you, who have been mentored by you, and you are leaving behind people that will carry on what you have done. I think it's very important that we always think of succession planning. Many years ago, I was in Makerere University. I worked in Uganda for about 2 years. And there was an ENT surgeon from India who had been working there for 32 years, and he was leaving. And they had a cocktail party for him. And speaker after speaker kept saying, who is going to look after our ears now, our noses and our throats? And they were all lamenting and begging him not to go. And I told the person who invited me to that event, I asked him, why are you celebrating him? 32 years professor, and he couldn't develop one single Ugandan to take over from him, that he should have sent him packing long ago. So for all of us, when we are in service, we must remember to mentor our successors. And from what I've seen and heard, you have achieved that. And that is why people are celebrating you, because you are leaving behind those that will carry on what you have done. I hope you will not be too far away from them, because they still need your assistance. I know you will probably spend more time with Dr. Taiwo now. He'll be very happy to have you to himself a little bit more. But I can tell you that these things don't always work out the way you think. When my wife retired, I thought she would be with me all the time. But she's busy doing M1 and all those things. Lastly, I welcome you to the club of geriatrics. When I was in the US, one thing I noticed is that geriatric people are very busy. On Monday, they go to the dentist. On Tuesday, they go to the ophthalmologist. On Wednesday, they see the cardiologist. On Thursday, they see the orthopedic. And on Friday, I think they go to the mall. So I pray that you will have many, many healthy years before you start going. God bless you.
Next, thank you, Professor Oladipo Tolori, for those beautiful talk. short Goodwill messages. We salute you, sir. Thank you, sir. Quickly, the next thing, now that the celebrant has been sitting, later she came up to pick up our words, we need to hear from her. So permit me to respectfully invite my mommy, the celebrant of today, Professor Juliana Obontu Taiwo. J.O. Taiwo. Thank you, ma'am, for your response.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, ably represented by Professor Bakare, Dean of Science, our Provost, ably represented by the Deputy Provost, Professor Adeni, my Dean, my CMD, ably represented by my namesake, Dr. Taiwo Shoyinka, Dr. Taiwo Shoyinka, and our president the president of the Association of Alumni of the Medical College, all other protocol, my keynote speaker and guest speaker. I give you tribute, and I stand on other existing protocol I am extremely excited to stand before you today, because today marks another phase in my life, especially being celebrated and sent forth in grand style. I am extremely grateful for this beautiful send forth. I appreciate especially the keynote speaker, Professor Peter Donkor, and guest speaker, Professor Yinko Shofola, for honoring our invitation. I give all glory, honor, and adoration to the omnipresent God, the author and finisher of our faith, who has seen me through all these years and made every step from childhood till now possible. I am extremely grateful to the University of Ibadan, the premier university, and the University College Hospital for giving me the opportunity to serve, to develop my career, and to contribute to knowledge. I thank the university for giving me the opportunity to experience the respect, pomp, and accolade which the University of Ibadan is reputed for. I appreciate the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria for giving me the opportunity to serve the college in various capacities. My special thanks goes to the Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan, Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Chief Medical Director, Professor Jesse O. Otegbayo, the Provost College of Medicine, Professor Layinka Omigbodo, for supporting my vision as Dean and enabling the achievement of many of my team's mission. The installation and refurbishing of the donated dental chairs, repair of the phantom head and prosthetic laboratories, as well as the dental chairs in the clinic, would not have been possible without you. Special thanks goes to the Vice Chancellor for responding to our request for simulators for the skill development laboratory. I thank my sub-dean undergraduate, Dr. F.B. Lawal, and sub-dean postgraduate, Dr. Timothy Adladelusi, for their hard work, determination, and diligence. I appreciate the team of professors lecturers, non-academic staff, UCH management staff, all alumni for their support and encouragement during my tenure as the dean. I can never forget Professor Ijaduola and Professor Peter Abu, who played a major role in my decision to become an academician and to take up an appointment with the University of Ibadan on my return from King's College, on my return home from King's College, London. A lion cub does not assume a place of boldness, proudness, skill, prominence without being guided. We are where we are today because of the tutelage of our teachers and mentors. During my housemanship in Kolebu Teaching Hospital, I had the rare privilege of working with a disciplined and skilled oral surgeon, Dr. Fori JB, may his soul rest in peace, and a skilled restorative specialist, Dr. Aduayi, all British trained. Your tutelage, especially your professionalism with which you manage patients, had an impact on me. I thank you. I am greatly indebted to Professor Ijaduola and Professor Guniyi, who introduced me to the act of publication. They taught me how to write my first publication, Oral Health Status and Necrotizing Ulcerative Gingivitis in Nigerian Children, which attracted a collaborative study on protein energy malnutrition and normal with the University of Baltimore. I will forever be grateful to you for your mentorship. I hope Professor Giniyi is here. My appreciation goes to late Professor H. Ajagbe, late Dr. O. Lawoyin, and Dr. B. O. Abiose for their fatherly guidance. Professor Gbemisola Oke, I am grateful to you for your true leadership in Dental Public Health Unit. Your selfless attitude and respect for everybody's contribution created a strong bond among us in the community dentistry unit. This has been the sustaining and survival factor of all our projects in the unit and for the success of the unit. You know, when Professor Oke wants something done, she makes it look like it is your project, it is your, you know, it gives you ownership of that thing, and it makes things easy. Nobody is commanding you that because she's head of department you must do it, but she makes it your own. So you also work hard towards it. Professor, okay, I thank you. Sometimes you go and you work with people, you are older than them, and they treat you as if you are, they belittle you, let's say that. But Professor K gave the respect to all of us. You know, when there is a, she will say, oh, we have a project. The way do we even makes you feel part of it. Yes. And it has been like that every time. We just celebrated about 2 years ago 30 years of IDICOM. This acknowledgement is not complete without recognizing the encouragement received from our fathers in dental public health in Nigeria. Professor Kizo, Professor S.O. Jeboda, Professor E.O. Ogunbodede. Also, I give recognition to Professor Jilbiam, Professor Ann Cushing, my supervisors at King's College, London. Recognizing the gap in dental care delivery between the primary oral health care level and the tertiary oral health care level, it became necessary to establish a training program to harness and improve oral health care delivery at the secondary level. This is the focus of the family dentistry training. Thus, establishment of the family dentistry training program and department in UCH became my passion. The passion developed through the encouragement of Dr. Taiwo, T.O. Motayo, all of blessed memory, Dr. Ebikwe, Dr. K. Akinlaja, Dr. Bisheson, fathers of family dentistry at the Faculty of Family Dentistry, National Postgraduate Medical College. My tenure as faculty secretary and chairperson would not have been successful without their strong support. Dr. Adetoye, Dr. Lunuga, Dr. Kehinde, Dr. Castano, I am grateful to you for your support and hard work. They formed a formidable team which in turn changed the status of the faculty, giving it the recognition and respect it deserves at the National Postgraduate Medical College. Until then, people didn't know family dentistry. But when the two of us became leaders of the faculty, we were, and with the help of all other members who have mentioned, we were able to establish respect and recognition among our other faculties. They now knew family dentistry. Then Dr. Tomina George, Dr. Sylvester Ogode, Dr. Nasiru, Dr. Clara Kiamoju, Dr. Balogun, Dr. Dolphin, Dr. Agogidi, and Dr. Laga, premier residents of Family Dentistry Department in UCH. I thank you for giving me the joy of receiving the trophies, the plaques you won as Best Part 1 and Part 2 candidates at the National Postgraduate Medical College examinations, and the prizes you won as Best Resident Research presentations at the ASCAF conferences. There is nothing as gratifying as seeing your mentees flowing with you and bringing in awards and accolades. And I believe we shall still continue to collect those prizes. The Bible says the old shall dream dreams and the young shall do exploits. Your hard work, maturity, doggedness, diligence, wisdom contributed to the firm establishment of family dentistry in UCH and the growth of geriatric dentistry. You know, when we started the department, there was such opposition towards family dentistry. But with the help of Professor K and the other leaders in family dentistry, we were able to get it accepted by the management of UCH and the board. But now we had the problem of integrating into dentistry, and these residents were matured men and women, and they were so humble. When they even called them to come and do any rubbish work or anything somebody will consider this is below him, they will still do it. They were very serviceable. In fact, it got to a point where we didn't have residents, and Dr. Ajayi will tell me, please send me those your family dentistry people to come and help me in my clinic. And this made it easy for us to integrate into dentistry. And I thank all our consultants who accepted us and helped with the training. There is nothing as exciting as handing over to a successor, a head of department, who is vibrant, full of energy, and flows with the vision of the department and takes it to a higher level. Dr. Nasiru, thank you for completing the palliative care dentistry project. and its integration into palliative care medicine department. At present, the Faculty of Family Dentistry has been given approval to train and award post-fellowship diploma for palliative care dentistry and geriatric dentistry. Kudos to Dr. Adetoye and Dr. Bishason, who took over from Dr. Akinlaja and myself at the Faculty of Family Dentistry, National Postgraduate Medical College. I cannot forget Dr. Uguyinka, Professor Rotiba, Professor Denloye, Professor Fashola, Professor Kolude, who made me feel appreciated and welcomed before getting close to them. I often ask myself, Julie, are you in the right place? Has Papa, that is my daddy, not paid for you to go to the United States of America? But these, my colleagues, came very close to me and made me feel at home. I thank all the resident doctors, younger lecturers in community dentistry unit, especially Dr. Solushola Ibiyemi, FB Lawal, Meriosu, who formed a formidable team as we drove to Erua, Iguora, Okeho, Ayete, Lanlate, Idere, Takwa, Igongon, Kishi, to carry out all those outreach programs and research. We had fun. I thank the kings and community leaders for their cooperation in all these towns I mentioned. The African proverb says, a tree does not make a forest, no matter how big it is. Behind the scenes of a successful program, there are friends organizing and working hard. Mrs. Taiwo Ajagbe, Mrs. Grace Oyelaki, Mrs. Titi Ogurinde, your contributions of secretarial services cannot be brushed aside. They made an impact. All other consultants who have not mentioned, resident doctors, dental surgery technicians, Mrs. Badru and Mrs. Ojo, our nurses, cleaners, you all contributed to my happy stay in the Faculty of Dentistry and University College Hospital Dental Complex. I am eternally grateful to you. May the good Lord bless you and mightily reward you. I will continually praise the Lord for the wonderful siblings I have. A former director of Bank of Ghana and my elder brother, Mr. Philip Jan of blessed memory. My younger brother, Mr. Tony Jan, who was the pillar that held all the family businesses together in Ghana. I just lost him. May his soul rest in perfect peace. My elder sister, Rosalind, and my younger sisters, Florence and Theodora, all in the US, I thank you all for maintaining the strong bond among us. I thank my extended family, the Hutchison, Grant, and Jam families for their constant support. I consider myself blessed to have the best in-laws anyone can hope for in the Taiwo dynasty, spread all over the 5 continents of the world. The patriarch of our family, Chief Olakoju Taiwo, a retired permanent secretary and former commissioner in the Civil Service Commission of Osho State. He is here. I thank him for his presence. His amiable wife, a matriarch of our family, a seasoned teacher and a seasoned principal, Chief Mrs. Adenrele Taiwo, is also here. Thank you for your presence. I appreciate you for your love and your constant guidance. Sir Engineer Taiwo, Sir Engineer Busayo Taiwo, and noble Lady Florence Taiwo, may her soul rest in peace. I thank you for always being there for me, for us, my husband and myself. We grew up together.
I almost became an engineer from the constant consultations and advice I received from you for all the building projects. Special appreciation to my spiritual father, the presiding Bishop of Victory International Church, Bishop T.V. Adelaku, and his wife, Pastor Dolapo Adelaku. I thank you for your labor of love, prayers, and encouragement. My gratitude also goes to the following: senior pastors and the entire congregation of Victory International Church, Rehoboth Cathedral, worldwide. Our best man, Dr. Chief H.T. Oladako, and his wife, Chief Mrs. Nike Ladako. My husband's political leader and our family friend, Honorable Chief Oladoshu Oladipo, and his amiable wife, Mrs. Moji Oladipo. Mrs. Mokpelola Olubumi Adebo ni Taiwo, my sister-in-law who just arrived from the US for this particular program. And then Professor and Chief and Mrs. Ayebusi, I thank you for coming. I thank all our other friends who have not had time to mention. I thank them for being present. And Iwan President, my dear friend, we grew up together. From the time we all came from abroad to start work here, we have been together. I thank you for coming. Then finally, I appreciate the cooperation and support of our children during this journey. Dr. Oluwatosin Taiwo GP and his wife Cynthia Taiwo, Dr. Tolulope Taiwo, a consultant radiation oncologist, all of them in the UK, Mr. Temitayo and Mrs. Ekundayo Taiwo, coordinators of St. Catherine's Schools, and also my lovely grandchildren, TJ, that is Tosin Jr., Zara, Alex, Koyin, Shola. I love you all, and I bless God for making you all children of joy and delight. Finally, to my husband, friend, and confidant of more than 40 years, the Honorable Dr. Babayomi Aduramigba Taiwo. I like that name because I always tell him, you are really my Aduramigba. Yes. I bless the day we met in 1973 when we were in the manager of the hostel's office, and the man was finding it so difficult to pronounce his name. He would say, Adu. He couldn't even, for about 30 minutes he struggled with the name. In the end he said, is there any other name? And he answered, yes, there is Anthony Taiwo. So they now started calling him Tony. I thank God for making you my motivator and greatest source of inspiration and encouragement. In fact, he's one of his favorite phrases is a frog does not stay on dry land for 2 seasons. And anytime I'm not writing my paper, he said, you have been a senior lecturer for a long time, you are staying on dry land. You have to move to wetland. So I thank him for those encouragements. I love you with all my heart, darling, and I thank you I thank you all for honoring this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think our celebrants deserve a standing ovation. Thank you, because we have learned. Thank you. Thank you. I can hear some people saying, I go love you. I go love you. Some people say, So thank you. Let us be seated, please. I think from that beautiful response, we had a lot of takeaways. Permit me to recognize Professor Asinobi. The reason why I had to recognize her is that she's a good friend to our mommy, and she's here gracing this occasion. Professor Asinobi, I recognize you. Dr. Omidiran, former permanent secretary, Ministry of Health, we thank you. So we have come towards the end of the program now, and we will be thanking all our guests. And permit me to thank the chairman, who is unavoidably absent for our closing remarks by the chairman. So who is represented here by the deputy provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Adeniyi. Closing remarks from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibiyemi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very beautiful day, and I just want to recognize you all for your time, for keeping through the program with so much love and joy. Professor Taiwo, now that you have retired, like I said earlier, you are not tired. And in order to confirm this, I have a message for you from the provost that you should ensure that you attend Monday's induction. That is to say that you have not been let out of the hooks yet. So we need to see you here on Monday as we induct new dental graduates into the dental profession. That is taking place at 10 o'clock at this same venue on Monday. I recognize the keynote speaker and the guest speaker of today. Thank you very much for the good work that you did, and God bless you all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the first and the best university in Nigeria, Professor Kayode Adebowale, MNI FAS, I hereby declare this occasion closed. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Shortly after this vote of thanks, the celebrant will be cutting the cake. The cake is elegantly made, looking at us, and the celebrant will move towards it and cut the cake. So we'd like to thank the Vice Chancellor, represented by the Dean of Science, Professor Bakre, who later left, and now represented by the Provost, who is represented by the Deputy Provost, Professor Adeniyi. We thank you for finding time to be here and staying till the end of this program. Thank you for your support. I would like to thank the CMD, ably represented by my sister, Dr. Taiwo Shoyinka, the DCMAC. Thank you for finding time to stay right from the beginning till the end. The Lord is your strength. Thank you. I will thank the President, our daddy, Professor Oladipo Otolori. Daddy, we thank you. We can only pray that more grease to your elbow. The Lord will continue to strengthen you. Anytime we see you, we ask for the grace to look healthy and strong. So that, Daddy, we thank you. We'd like to thank the keynote speaker, Professor Peter Donkor, who, out of your very busy time, we can see you, very busy man. From the way you delivered the lecture, we knew that you're a busy man and you were able to find time out of your very busy schedule to be here. So we appreciate you well. We wish you safe arrival back to Kumasi. Thank you, and we'll see you again. We'd like to thank the guest speaker, my teacher, senior colleague and auntie, Professor Shufola. Thank you for finding time to come all the way from our sister university to be here. The lecture was very, very illuminating and educative. We salute you. We can only pray again for more strength and more grace. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank our dean. If I don't do that, then I'm going to be in trouble. So we thank the dean anyway for his support, financially, morally, socially. It's been there for us right from the when we conceptualized this program. The dean has been there. We thank you, Professor Bamdele Kolude. Thank you. And I would like to thank all things that were here. the past deans of the Faculty of Dentistry, my teachers, great teachers who are here. Most especially we thank one of the birthday celebrant, my auntie and Prof. Birthday mates to the celebrant. We thank you, ma. Thank you. So we want to thank all the lecturers in the faculty. We thank all staff, teaching, non-teaching, everyone. We thank all the students. Can you appreciate yourself, students, if you're here? We thank you for finding time to be here. We thank members of the press. Thank you all, and thank you all our guests. We thank our daddy there, the patriarch of the Taiwo dynasty, and all the very big professors, former vice chancellors that are here. We thank you for finding time to be here. So lastly, we thank the Almighty God for making today a success. So thank you, everyone. So the next thing quickly is the cutting of the cake. But with cutting of the cake, can we ask the celebrant and members of the high table to provide some support? Let's lead the celebrant to the cake. Thank you. So we also invite some of our leaders that are here, past deans, Professor Bimsola Okep, Professor Arojolu, Professor Rotiba, Professor Dosumo, Professor Fashola. We want you to join. Then please, Professor Dosumusa, Professor Anan, the Dean of Public Health, please join. And same batches, it's going to be in batches, but let's have this first batch. Professor Uti, please join. Let's have this. Professor Ademowo, please. The former PS, Dr. Midiron, please. I think we can have that then. So, what will you like us to spell as you call the cake? Adura. So, yes, thank you. So we saw from the response that the celebrant gave this afternoon that Adura Gbemi is a very, but we spell Adura. We saw that she told us that's one of the names that she so much loved. So we are going to spell Adura, and when Adura is spelled, the celebrant is going to cut the cake. So give me a beautiful D, a fantastic U, a marvelous R, and a pleasant A. All of us say Adura. Thank you. So the second batch with the celebrant and the husband is members of the family led by the patriarch and the guests.
So I give you a token gift. They call this small, they call this cheap, but I know you will appreciate. Ooh, yeah. I wish you happy birthday. Ooh, yeah. Very, very many happy reasons. Ooh, yeah.
let's spread out. Let's,
and I know you want to celebrate.
Please, after this photograph, members of staff of the faculty, we start with the teaching staff. Yes.
I wish you a happy birthday.
Members of the teaching staff, faculty of dentistry, please come after this photograph for your own photograph. Thank you. Yes. Hello. Okay, can order. Oh yeah. So please, at the end of this event, can we move to the boardroom? Please, after the group photograph, let us move to the boardroom of the College of Medicine for a cocktail party. So, members, Okay, please, members of the faculty, teaching staff of the faculty of dentistry, please. Teaching staff. Okay, quickly, teaching staff. Dr. Adisa, Professor Kolude, Dr. Lawal. Recreation club, okay, teaching staff.
The world is big, the world is deep. Today is just like another day. Too many people all around come for you today, your special day. I wish you a happy birthday. Very, very many happy returns. I wish you a happy birthday.
Oh yeah, Suleiman.
Very, very many happy returns.
M1 Medical Women Association of Nigeria, Oyo State. After the staff photograph with the celebrant, let the medical women quickly. Medical women. On the count of 5, medical women first. Medical women. Medical women first. After medical women, recreation club, members of the recreation club after medical women. Oh yeah, please let's move back. Medical women. M1 Oyo State, yes.
Very, very many happy returns.
Oh yeah, quickly. Oh yeah, photographer. Oh yeah, quickly. Next is the recreation club. Please, after this event, there's a cocktail at the boardroom of the college. Boardroom of the college. Yes, recreation club. Members of the recreation club. Yes, the schools, St. Catherine, get ready, led by Taiwo. Oh yeah, okay. Chairman, Emaje come abo. Say recreation club. Eje come abo. Ben, eje come abo, eje come abo. Yes. Yes, next, St. Catherine group of schools. St. Catherine.
This morning, all this chief, but I know you will appreciate. Ooh, yeah. I wish you a
Catering Group of Schools.
Hello, sir. I wish you a happy birthday. Very, very many happy returns. You look so good, you look so bright, everyone is talking about you. Let's get once in a year, and I know you won't
Family dentistry, family dentistry next. Family dentistry, oh yeah, secretary please. That's okay. Family dentistry.
I wish you a happy birthday. Very, very many happy returns.
Oh yeah. Honorary member of the family dentistry. Family dentistry, yes. Thank you. Family dentistry, move closer,
Good morning every day. Chatting, laughing,
Professor Taiwo, ma.
what do we do? We have to survive.
Oh yeah, quickly, your ladder. Oh yeah.
I wish you a happy birthday.
All members of Oyo NDA next. Oyo NDA.
I wish you a happy
Oyo NDA.